the International Women's Day proclamation for all of the women who work for the city of Port Angeles. And then I will come back and announce an need for an executive session. But I'm gonna go out into the hall, and then I will read the proclamation again at the beginning of the regular meeting for anyone who is following along. All right. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for the work you do for our community. I'm going to read our proclamation recognizing International Women's Day as March 8th. Whereas International Women's Day is an annual global celebration of all women and their contributions to the cultural, social, economic, and political structures of this world. And whereas we gather today as a recommitment to a peaceful, diverse, equitable, and inclusive community to celebrate the contributions of women from all backgrounds. And whereas women of this community have opened the doors to opportunity for subsequent generations of dreamers and doers, as community leaders, educators, doctors, scientists, and more, women power our economy and lead our community. The City of Port Angeles is proud to employ talented women in every department, contributing in critical roles that range from fiscal stewardship to community safety. And whereas women are crucial for maintaining public services, community infrastructure, and local quality of life, the women of the City of Port Angeles lead and inspire this organization by demonstrating strong communication, empathy, and inclusivity, continuously leaving a lasting impact on their friends, colleagues, and community. We celebrate your dedication to public service and the work that you do to improve our city. And whereas women continue their work to advance gender equity and equality, Let us celebrate the contributions of women throughout our history and honor the stories that have too often gone untold, as they represent the very best of America. Let us recognize that fundamental freedoms are interconnected. When opportunities for women are withheld, we all suffer. When women's lives are improved, we all gain. Now, therefore, I, Kate Dexter, on behalf of the City Council of Port Angeles, do hereby proclaim March 8th, 2026 as International Women's Day in the City of Port Angeles and recognize all of the women, past and present, and their significant efforts in making Port Angeles a strong and vibrant community, and encourage our community to participate in celebrating all women and strive to create a community where every woman of any age knows that her possibilities know no bounds. Thank you. All right, I will just say thank you again. Yeah, you want to say something too?
We so appreciate everything you all do every day. You guys do amazing work. I'm just so grateful that you were able to come out this evening. I wish everybody could be here, but we were able to get pictures in all the different city remote locations. And just thank you for your diligent work and just the great job that you do on behalf of the city and our community.
Yeah, thank you. And now you are welcome to stick around for our meeting, and we will absolutely understand if you decide to go home. Thank you again for staying.
For define the men of Port Angeles.
All right, I understand have a need for executive session this evening. This will be held under RCW 42.30.1101I to discuss potential litigation with legal counsel. We will go to PST and we will be back for our regular meeting. The executive session will be from 5:30 until 5:55, and we'll be back for our executive session at 6 for our regular session at 6 o'clock. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming this evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Port Angeles City Council for March 3rd, already March 3rd. All right. Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Dexter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Senator Hodgson? Present. Thank you. I didn't hear it.
Councilmember Hodgson?
Good evening.
Councilmember Miller? Here. Councilmember Schwab?
Here.
Councilmember Suggs? Here. I'm just going to note, I do see Councilmember Hamilton there. Councilmember Hamilton?
Present.
Thank you. Manager West?
Present.
Attorney Blair?
Present.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If you can please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going to start this evening with a proclamation recognizing International Women's Day. We did read this proclamation for the women who work for the city of Port Angeles who were able to join us earlier this evening. So I'm not going to meet anyone at the dais tonight. I'm just going to read it. And then we have another proclamation that I suspect is why some of you are here. A proclamation recognizing International Women's Day, March 8th. Whereas International Women's Day is an annual global celebration of all women and their contributions to the cultural, societal, economic, and political structures of this world. And whereas we gather today as a recommitment to a peaceful, diverse, equitable, and inclusive community, and to celebrate the contributions of women from all backgrounds. And whereas women of this community have opened the doors to opportunity for subsequent generations of dreamers and doers, as community leaders, educators, doctors, scientists, and more, women power our economy and lead our community. The City of Port Angeles is proud to employ talented women in every department, contributing in critical roles that range from fiscal stewardship to community safety. And whereas women are crucial for maintaining public services, community infrastructure, and local quality of life, the women of the City of Port Angeles lead and inspire this organization by demonstrating strong communication, empathy, and inclusivity, continuously leaving a lasting impact on their friends, colleagues, and community. We celebrate their dedication to public service and the work they do to improve our city. Whereas women continue their work to advance gender equity and equality, let us celebrate the contributions of women throughout our history and honor the stories that have too often gone untold, as they represent the very best of America. Let us recognize that fundamental freedoms are interconnected. When opportunities for women are withheld, we all suffer. When women's lives are improved, we all gain. Now, therefore, I, Kate Dexter, Mayor, on behalf of the City Council of Port Angeles, do hereby proclaim March 8, 2026 as International Women's Day in the City of Port Angeles and recognize all of the women past and present and their significant efforts in making Port Angeles a strong and vibrant city, and encourage our community to participate in celebrating all women and strive to create a community where every woman of any age knows her possibilities know no bounds. Thank you. All right. Now I will meet Chief Smith up in front and our special guest, Susanna Sani Lustig, if you can also join us down here.
So thank you, Mayor. So on my left is my friend Sarah McBride, who's also the program manager at Healthy Families of Clallam County. And on my right is now retired Special Agent Sani Lustig, who's the reason that, well, when you go to an event at City Council, if you look in the back row, that's usually where all the cops are. Not everybody, but that's how that works. So I'm going to talk about Sani and her work in the Park Service with victims, and Sarah's going to talk a little bit about healthy families, and then Sandy's agreed to say a few words as well. So, retired Special Agent Sandy Lustig began her Olympic National Park career in the early 90s as a ranger, front country, back country, had hundreds of hours of training, worked many long hours, became a really skilled, competent law enforcement practitioner. So I knew Sandy. I got here like 18 years ago, and Sandy, like on her own, built really strong relationships with law enforcement, including our detective division, patrol division, to the point that I had decided I had to give her a key to the building so she could come and go as she pleased. So she continued to work cases, with PDP and local law enforcement and others. And as all, good deeds don't go unpunished, she was eventually promoted to be a special agent, which is a criminal investigator in the National Park Service. So she continued to work with us. She got to work really great, exciting cases that maybe would start here and they would end 2,000 miles. And did a lot of stuff that I'm very familiar with. But in 2023, she actually volunteered to take over as a manager of the National Park Service Victim Assistance Program. So you got a really cool agent gig, you're doing exciting stuff, or you take over this program. Well, Sandy decided to take over this program that really is all about helping crime victims. So she oversaw 4 victim specialists. They're stationed in Yosemite, Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, and Great Smokies. And really importantly, she worked to professionalize the specialist positions and ensured that they were credentialed through the National Advocate Credentialing Program, facilitated them getting, what we all recognize as best practice training, crimes against children and violence against women, and tribal assistance training. Sandy's work prioritized victims of crime and helped give crime victims both, and this is really important, a voice and a choice. She worked to ensure that all U.S. park rangers across the NPS received quality training that prioritized victims of crime. She was instrumental in facilitating and presenting training, which I hadn't even heard of this course, first response to violent crime training, held all over the National Park Service. And her work encouraged rangers, this is where the connection to healthy families comes in, encouraged rangers and victim assistance providers to develop close relationships with local and community-based resources. So Healthy Families is the community-based resource. And in my entire Park Service career, I'd never heard of anything like Healthy Families. I had no idea of all this stuff until I came here. So that's the connection. Sandy grew the program, got additional funding. The thing is now run by a GS-13 manager. There's this thing that I just heard about from legendary Ranger Tara Ross today called VAP tracking. It's a user-friendly app that tracks cases for victim specialists, records all stats, victim cases, and corresponding Office of Victim Crime reporting. It provides reminders to victim specialists to contact victims' next steps. And this thing rolled out before you retired, I'm told. So that's really cool. The Victim Assistance Program is operated by the Investigative Services Branch, and it provides comprehensive support to victims and witnesses of crime in national parks. Sandy's been on the Healthy Families Board since 2013, longer than I've been on the board. And I believe that a lot of what we do here locally got sort of turned into what became the National Park Service Program. And really, it took a person like Sandy to do it. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to my friend Sarah.
Thanks. Sandy has been a champion of Healthy Families for the last 13 years. She joined the Healthy Families Board of Directors. Shortly after becoming a board member, Sandy became a child forensic interviewer for the National Park and interviewed child victims of crime at the Healthy Families Child Advocacy Center. Over the last 13 years, Sandy's hard work, dedication to victims of crime has been immeasurable, and our community has been lucky to have her assisting our most vulnerable neighbors and friends. Her service and expertise will be missed not only in our community, but in many communities across the country. We really appreciate her hard work and dedication and are excited for what is to come for her in the next few years. Thank you so much, Sandy.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Chief Smith and Sarah. Chief Smith neglected to mention that he was one of my instructors at the Federal Academy in 2000, so we go back quite a ways. And thank you to the City of Port Angeles. I didn't expect to stay in Port Angeles my entire adulthood. And now that I've had the opportunity to travel across the country in my last couple of jobs, I have to say that this place is pretty special and there's absolutely nowhere I'd rather live and be a part of the community. So, thank you.
So based on all you've heard, the police department is awarding Sandy what we call the Police Star, which is like one of our highest medals and awards. So thank you, Sandy.
Thank you. All right. I need just a minute to find my phone so I can keep track of time for the public comment. All right. Thank you very much. That was great. And thank you, Sandy, for your work in our community. All right. Are there any late items from staff?
Mayor and council, no late items this evening.
All right. Are there any late? Yeah, feel free to leave if that's what you're here for. I will not. We won't be offended. Are any late items from council? I have one late request, which would need to go on tonight's agenda, I believe. And I have not had a chance to get more information, but I had a request from a young woman named Jenna Nickel, who is an air cadet, and she's doing an international exchange. And it is, she is requesting a letter of support from us as she's representing herself and also Port Angeles in her exchange. And I just wondered, I wanted to put that on for quick consideration if there's no concerns about doing that, about adding it for consideration. Is that all right with everyone? Okay. I will put it under other considerations. All right. That brings us to public comment. And I know we have a lot of presentations this evening. I understand you're having hard time hearing me. So got some thumbs up in the back. All right. I will speak more clearly into my microphone. So everyone is welcome to make public comment. And I just want to note that this evening we have some presentations that are being made to us to help better understand a bigger picture in advance of a work session that we will have on April 7th. So there won't be any council action around any of these presentations this evening. It's just information gathering for us. So I just wanted to make sure people are aware of that, that's what those items on the agenda are. So you can consider that for your public comment. But we will go ahead and get started with public comment. I am going to start with folks in council chambers, and then we'll go online. So if you are joining us virtually and wish to make a public comment about something related to the agenda, then you will want to raise your hand now. As a reminder, we do have a second public comment period, and that is for any other items not on the agenda. So for example, I have one person signed up here with an item that is not on the agenda. So Ryan, you will go at the second public comment period. And we'll go ahead and get started. And I apologize because I'm probably going to say your name wrong, even though I think I said it last year too. Kayla Hopkins. Sorry, wait a minute. That's second public comment. I can read. Thank you for your patience. Sandra Klein. And just a reminder, when you make a public go ahead, come on down. If you are in council chambers, the lectern will keep track of your time. If you can state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the council. So go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Sandra Klein. I'm not a Port Angeles resident, but I have young adult children that reside within Port Angeles city limits. And I'm here tonight because I want to feel safe having them in your city. 12 years ago, I was homeless and addicted to meth. I was also a type 1 diabetic, living mostly out of my car. The insulin syringes I bought to keep myself alive were often stolen from me so others could inject drugs, and that was my reality. Every day, my only objective was to fund and survive my addiction. With every bump I snorted, every round I smoked, I was losing a little more of my soul. I hated myself more each time, and my body broke down more each time. I was stuck between desperately wanting out and desperately wanting to die. My blood sugar skyrocketed. My A1C reached 15. I went into diabetic ketoacidosis repeatedly. I became a frequent flyer at Olympic Medical Center until one day a doctor looked at me and said, "I don't even know how you're alive." He sent me to Virginia Mason in Seattle. I was there for weeks, enduring excruciating procedures, large needles pulling fluid from my lungs. I lay in that hospital bed alone, no phone calls, no visitors, no one coming to save me. And in that silence, stripped of my environment, stripped of access, stripped of comfort, I began to have moments of clarity. This January, I celebrated 12 years clean. I need you to understand something. I did not get clean because my addiction was made comfortable. I got clean because someone drew a line for me when I couldn't draw one for myself. In Clallam County, harm reduction increasingly feels like passive management rather than active intervention. There are few meaningful consequences and little structured pressure to change the behavior environment. Addiction is powerful precisely because it is comforting and habitual. When our response centers primarily on distributing supplies without a parallel pathway that strongly incentivizes treatment, we risk stabilizing the addiction rather than interrupting it. I am deeply concerned about some of the ideas put forth at the last meeting. For example, placing a large dumpster at Tumwater Creek. From lived experience and from what I am seeing happening on the ground, infrastructure placed around illegal encampment does not resolve addiction, it stabilizes it. It signals permanence. It communicates tolerance of a situation that is harming both those living in it and the broader community. The people out there are not statistics to me. They're people I know. They're people I went to school with. They're people I grew up with. I care about them. I want them to find a way out. I am alive because of consequences and boundaries. Please have the courage to set one here. Do not create a city where my children or yours grow up believing this level of human suffering is normal. And please consider the addicts in recovery who are fighting every single day to stay sober while witnessing open public drug use throughout this city. People are overdosing out there right now just to wake up and do it again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your hard work. All right, Lori Mittman.
Hi, Lori Mittman. I'm a city resident. First off, you gave that recognition to Sandy. I'm proud to have known her for a long time and so proud of what she's accomplished. Moving on, Port Angeles is not a safe place to live. There's active drug deals and drug use out in the open, out where children can see it and think that it's normal. I can no longer run or walk on our beautiful waterfront trail. I can no longer visit many of our city parks. I can no longer go to Safeway. Downtown is questionable, which is sad because that's our retail hub. Now apparently I can be stabbed while picking up pizza. Homelessness is not illegal, but the drug activities I mentioned are illegal. Our police need to put these people in jail. And if there is a state law prohibiting our police from doing their job, I would like to ask council to please advocate at the state level for those laws to be changed. It is also not illegal to be mentally ill, but it's not compassionate to leave these folks in the street. They need to get help so that they can stabilize. It's not fair for citizens to have to deal with, avoid, or be threatened by these people, and that does happen. Homelessness is not illegal. It is illegal to pollute and defecate in public. It's not fair for business owners to have to clean up their doorsteps of garbage and human waste before they can open for business. If the city is going to allow that behavior, then the city staff need to go downtown at 6 a.m. and clean it up for these business owners, especially now that you're charging them a business fee every year. If there's not enough staff time to do it, I would like to urge council to do it. There's 7 of you, 7 days in a week. Each of you pick a day, go down at 6 a.m. and clean it up. Those business owners should not have to do that. Farmers market too, they have to clean up every Saturday morning. Bless 4PA for everything they're doing. But just because they're doing this cleanup, that doesn't mean there's not still a problem. Would the city just leave that trash everywhere if Joe and his crew were not picking it up? That's what was happening before. And like Joe said, the problem is only getting worse. I've been a lifelong Democrat. I hate to admit that right now. Some people in this town like to blame people like me for the state we are in now. That's fair enough. But I'm foremost a person with common sense. And I can see that what the city has been doing for the last 10 years is not working.
Thank you, Lori. Stacy Richards.
Leave behind my hearing device there. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and County leadership. My name is Stacy Richards. I'm a homeowner, a grandmother, and a person in long-term recovery here in Clallam County. I love this town. That's why I'm here. I too have a son and a granddaughter that live in Port Angeles. I live out in the county. What we are currently calling harm reduction is not reducing harm in visible, measurable ways in our parks, our downtown core, or our forests. The harm has not disappeared. It has shifted. It has shifted from business owners who sweep needles from sidewalks, onto families who avoid parks, onto taxpayers funding programs without clear recovery benchmarks. As someone who has lived addiction, I want to speak clearly. I did not get clean because my life was made easy. I got clean because the consequences of my behavior became undeniable and unavoidable. 9/11/01 was my clean date. I was at ground zero in a cold, dirty holding cell right across the street. Pain and suffering were only a few of the consequences I suffered. I went to jail. I was court-ordered to treatment. I had hit a bottom because everyone stopped enabling me to continue using. Hitting bottom is what it takes to build and begin a recovery process. Addiction is not interrupted by comfort and ease. It is interrupted by consequences, pain, and accountability paired with treatment. Pain is the touchstone of growth. Let me have my consequences so that I may learn from them. For without them and being enabled to make it easier to get loaded, I would surely be dead and not standing here in front of you today. And I would not have helped the hundreds of people that I have assisted throughout my recovery journey since 9/11/01. I would surely be dead and would not have the life I have today. So here's what I'm asking Clallam County, city, or whoever to implement. Enforce existing laws against public use of drugs and public dealing consistently, especially in parks in front of the courthouse, city streets, and near schools. Require active engagement in treatment or recovery services in order to receive publicly funded harm reduction supplies, publish transparent quarterly outcome data, recovery entry rates, treatment completion rates, overdose trends, and total program costs per individual served. If harm reduction is working, show us measurable progress toward recovery, not just distribution numbers. And I know the common response, but these programs prevent overdoses. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. I don't know if congratulations is the right word, but it feels important to acknowledge your work. All right, Susie Blake.
Can you hear me? Okay, my hearing aid battery just died, so I want to make sure. Susie Blake, I live in Port Angeles. I didn't prepare my comments. I'll probably run out of time. I want to speak to the harm reduction, addiction, homelessness issue because I am sick and tired of seeing the voices of people who have overcome be marginalized. I consistently see not all, but the majority of this council dismiss or sideline their voices. I consistently see the entirety of the Board of County Commissioners dismiss voices that they don't agree with. And just as a little background, I hate to trauma dump, but like others have shared, I have lived experience. I'm not just imagining things I see. As a child, I came from generations of addiction. As a teenager, I lived with a veterinarian as a step parent who was abusing xylazine and trafficking it through the biker gang, so internationally trafficking xylazine. As a young adult, I inadvertently found myself living with a man who was trafficking methamphetamines and cocaine from Mexico to Canada. So I know what I'm talking about when I see these things, and I'm tired of hearing all of our voices being dismissed and ignored. The drug encampment and drug trafficking that's happening around Safeway, the drug camp in the health department parking lot every weekend must be shut down immediately. It's a very small fraction of the homeless people, but they're service resistant, it's destructive, it's destroying the soul of this town. In regards to Women's Day, Amy Barden of Seattle Cares, that's their alternative police response, notes that it's a matter of when, not if, that women living outdoors are sexually assaulted. Quote, doesn't matter if you're 12 or if you're 90, if you're living on the streets, you will be sexually assaulted. So every day that these drug encampments continue just creates more opportunities for those tragedies to happen. I want the city and the county, the police department, the sheriff's department, OPNET, and anyone else you need to crack down on the drug trafficking in Central Port Angeles immediately. It's blatant. It's open air. We see it every day. Kids see it. It happens at the grocery store in the middle of the afternoon, at night, in the morning. It's all within a stone's throw of this building. Stop denying what's happening and do something. Enforce the laws that exist. It's not about homeless people. It's a small percentage of people who are choosing to live on the street. And a lot of them have housing. I see some of them that live at PBH houses that I can see from my living room window out on the streets, hanging out with the street people doing drugs. So you're not helping those people either by letting the drug trafficking continue. It is off the charts. It's as bad as anything you see in Portland or Seattle. And it is time to start listening to the voices of people who have overcome and stop focusing on catering to the people who are still stuck in their addiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Anyone else for first public comment items on tonight's agenda? Go ahead. I don't have any hands online, so we'll have this public comment and then we'll move on with the agenda.
Hello, my name is Tracy Abel. I live in Port Angeles. Housing is a basic human right, and any discussion and policy proposal regarding homelessness must include an honest reckoning of our bleak reality. Wealth inequality is such that the 12 richest billionaires own more wealth than half the world's population. Low-paying jobs combined with obscenely expensive housing, rising costs for food, healthcare, and childcare mean that people aren't able to save money. I highly recommend reading There Is No Place for Us by Brian Goldstone. It's the story of 5 working families who each experience one event that forces them from their housing and into a predatory process as they desperately search for new housing. To reiterate, these are people with jobs who became homeless. The book is beautifully written, heartbreaking, and informative. The library has multiple copies to borrow. This country has the resources to feed and house everyone, but chooses not to. Every administration in my lifetime has prioritized killing people in other countries rather than investing in our own well-being. As a result of that ongoing intentional neglect, we see increasing numbers of men and women flying signs and pushing carts filled with their belongings. Those sightings make us uncomfortable, in part because they were a reminder of our vulnerability. With few exceptions, we're all one catastrophic emergency away from being unhoused. And yet there's more outrage about people leaving litter than the fact that people are forced to live in tents, huddle beneath tarps, and sleep in cars. Where is our compassion? Where is our sense of shared humanity? Why are we aiming anger at the most vulnerable rather than the greedy and powerful decision makers who brought us to this point? I'm here to state that I am opposed to any policy that results in people losing their belongings. I am opposed to any policy that forces drug users into treatment. I am opposed to any policy that criminalizes people for being unhoused or for resting in public. The United States already incarcerates 2 million people, more than any other country in the world, and it's doubly shameful that many of those are locked up because they lack housing and or have mental health or substance use issues. We need to be doing everything we can to lower incarceration rates, not increase them. Fines and incarceration do nothing except create more instability in people's lives. Please, let's prioritize dignity, stability, and long-term solutions rather than focusing on punitive measures.
Thank you. All right. We do have one person signed up for Ryan O'Hara. You'll be at second public comment period. And then I know we have a couple others. So, and Ms. Hopkins as well. So we will move on with our agenda. And I did not have any hands online. All right. Is there anything anyone would like to add to the consent agenda? Go ahead, Navarra.
I'm proposing to add J1.
Okay. Any opposition to adding J1? Okay. All right. Anything else? No. Okay. I did look, I don't usually suggest anything, but I did look at the permanent committee appointments, and I wonder if we might put that on with a caveat that I made a note of on the item. Go ahead. You're going to say no.
No, I'm going to agree and maybe say what your caveat is. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I thought I wrote it on the agenda, but I wrote it on the item. So give me 1 second.
Well, my thought was that I think one of the proposals in there is to have a discussion about the Public Safety Advisory Board. Is that what your proposal is going to be?
Mine is maybe a little bit different. I was just going to suggest that we approve the appointments and pause the PSAB until enough applicants are found to fill the committee. But I think since we disagree, we should not do it, and we can have a little brief conversation about it. All right. Anything anyone would like to pull from consent? Okay, then I will go ahead and read the consent agenda. The minutes for the meeting of February 17th, 2026, the expenditure report from February 7th, 2026 to February 20th, 2026 in the amount of $1,874,297.37. Jones Street Reservoir Valve Replacement, final acceptance. Service contract, Class B biosolids transportation and beneficial use services, and temporary wheeling agreement with Column PUD. Material purchase, electric meters. That's it. Sorry, I read that as if there were more.
Second.
All right. Any comments or questions on consent agenda? Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to H1, and I'm going to turn that over to Deputy Director Goings.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You'll find this information starting on page H1 of your packets. The 2025-26 strategic plan identifies strategic focus area number 2, which is citywide resource optimization, including a goal to promote policies that support efficient and consistent practices. Updating the city's hearing examiner rules of procedure supports this objective by implementing results of a gap analysis of existing policies and practices and ensuring procedural clarity. I'll now turn the brief presentation over to Long Range and Special Projects Administrator, Angel Torres. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The resolution formalizes updates to the rules and procedures governing proceedings before the hearing examiner. The city utilizes an outside independent hearing examiner to conduct open record hearings and appeals authorized by state law and the Port Angeles Municipal Code. The rules of procedure establish the framework for notice, filing requirements, conduct of hearings, development of the record, and issuance of decisions. They define how the quasi-judicial process operates. City staff, in coordination with legal counsel and the hearing examiner, conducted a comprehensive review of the existing rules. That review identified opportunities for clarification and technical refinement to improve internal consistency, reflect current administrative practice, and align with municipal code provisions and applicable state law. The amendments are procedural in nature. They do not expand or reduce the hearing examiner's jurisdiction, do not modify standards of review, do not alter substantive rights of applicants or appellants, and do not change appeal authority. In practical terms, the updates do the following. First, they clarify that hearings are electronically recorded and that the recording serves as the official record. Hearings are already recorded. This amendment formalizes that practice and removes ambiguity about what constitutes the record. If a member of the public or a party of records requests a copy, staff will provide the audio or video file within 3 working days. The record remains publicly accessible, consistent with state public records requirements. This clarifies format and process. It does not change access. Second, staff reports will identify the date an application was determined complete, improving transparency around permit timelines. Third, written decision timelines are refined to ensure consistency with municipal code requirements, reinforcing predictability in the process. The amendments also clarify the limited circumstances under which a hearing may be reopened. A party of record may petition within 10 calendar days after the hearing and before a final decision is issued, if new evidence was unavailable at the time of the original hearing. The hearing examiner retains discretion. This maintains procedural fairness. Additional updates reflect the use of remote meeting technology for pre-hearing conferences and clarify appeal decision timelines so they are internally consistent with adopted code. Taken together, these adjustments provide clear expectations and greater predictability for applicants, appellants, staff, and the public. Again, the hearing examiner requests this legislation, has reviewed this proposal, and is supportive of the adoption. Maintaining current internally consistent procedural rules strengthens administrative efficiency, reduces ambiguity, and supports defensive decision-making. That is the intent of strategic focus area 2. Ensuring our systems operate clearly and consistently. Staff recommends passage of the resolution updating the rules of procedure for proceedings before the hearing examiner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read the resolution really quickly and then we'll have questions. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting updated rules and procedures governing proceedings before the hearing examiner. Latricia, go ahead.
I just have a question, clarification, and it's good to hear that the hearing examiner was able to go over the language too, but I'm curious as to underneath Rule 2.13.e, hearing examiner decision amended to read, and you struck out decision on the appeal within 10 working days, and it's expanded to 30 working days. What was the justification for the need for additional time?
So the need for additional time was just in case there was the 10 days fell on a weekend or something of that matter. So that way the hearing examiner had a little bit more time to make their decision without any barriers.
Right, but isn't that the term working days? I mean,
No.
working days would be Monday through Friday.
Yes, Councilmember. In addition to making sure it was clear, the hearing examiner, and I think it's important to, again, emphasize, the hearing examiner is one who requested this legislation. This was not something initiated by staff. The hearing examiner felt with some of the more recent cases that have been before the hearing examiner, very complex cases, that 10 days does not provide the hearing examiner adequate time to research what's brought up in the hearing, to thoroughly document, and to come up with a sound decision. And so 30 days is kind of the standard that the hearing examiner uses in other jurisdictions he practices in, and that's why the recommendation is as such.
Oh, thank you. I kind of thought that, but I think that we needed to hear it too. And yeah, I mean, things are becoming more complex, things are getting bigger. And so thank you. I don't have any more comments.
All right. Any other comments or questions? John, go ahead.
So I support the intent. I think it's good to clarify. I just want to make sure, as I was reading the exhibit, there's some wording that looked like Scrivener notes, like shall, should. Are those going to be cleaned up in the legislation before it's finalized?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, the clerk generally has the authority and the resolution to make any scrivener's errors. That type of internal consistency would be some of the issues that are scrubbed out before final publishing.
I just want to make sure that everything sounds good. I appreciate that the hearing examiner was the one who requested this and we worked with them. So I support the intent of anything to improve predictability and clarity around complex issues is always good. So thanks staff for taking the time to work with the hearing examiner to clear up some of these issues.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Latricia, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to pass the resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting rules and procedures governing proceedings before the hearing examiner.
I'll second.
All right. Yes, thank you, staff, and appreciate the hearings examiner wanting us to be using best practices and make things easier when possible. So, because I think often it's not easy and a lot of process for our community. And so I'm glad we have the process. I think it's much cleaner than the city council. So I'm glad we moved that direction, and nice to see the updates. All right. So we have a motion to pass the resolution updating the rules of procedure for proceedings before the hearing examiner. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we have many presentations this evening, and we're going to start with a presentation. The first one up is Train Technologies, but I'm going to go to Corey first for an introduction.
Madam Mayor, Council, as we approached the capital facilities plan process, I felt it was important to update the City Council on our current HVAC, solar, and battery storage projects at the Port Angeles Senior Center and Fire Hall. So tonight I've invited Angie Esty from Train to do a presentation on these two projects, as well as what we need to do to bring City Hall in compliance by 2027. Angie's the Senior Accountant Executive for Train, and I've been working with her on these projects for the last 7 years, which is kind of hard to believe. It's gone by so fast. So with that, I will turn it over to Angie.
Thank you, Corey. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can, and we're just getting your presentation up on the screen in council chambers. So we're ready when you are. Oh, okay.
Great. So as Corey mentioned, we just wanted to give everybody an update on the progress of the projects we've been working on, and then where we are with City Hall, which we haven't been able to do any upgrades with yet, but we've done some analysis on that building. Because there's a clean buildings performance standard requirement for buildings of the City Hall size.
Quiet. Sorry, if you could, I don't know if you can be any closer to your microphone. It's a little bit, okay. Thank you.
Sure. I'll speak louder. Okay, next slide, please. So the agenda today is to update you on the Senior Center and Fire Hall, where we are on those projects and what we're looking to achieve with those projects. update you with City Hall, and look at some funding opportunities for City Hall revitalization. Next slide, please. So one of the things I wanted to point out is that Port Angeles has a climate resiliency plan, and these projects, as we started many, many years ago, we wanted to make sure that they were in alignment with what the goals of the city are. And so these very much line up with the climate resiliency plan and investing in green and efficient buildings, relying on renewable energy, investing in storage to save energy and money, and improving indoor air quality, and reducing disruptions from extreme events with this redundancy that we're providing. So I just wanted to point that out as we move forward and talk through what these projects are doing for the city. Next slide, please. The Senior Center HVAC solar and battery storage project. As you can see in the pictures there, we have already completed the HVAC project. I think we're very close to being done, if not completely done, maybe just punch list items on the Senior Center solar and battery storage project. But we installed, replaced a failing control system and a failing HVAC system in Senior Center. And also helped improve the environment indoors. There was some pretty big drafts within the kitchen area that we were able to eliminate through makeup air units and temperature control through fan coil units. We also installed a 50 kilowatt solar array and a battery to store energy, providing redundancy and backup when power outages happen. We will offset energy use of 55,328 kilowatt hours annually, utilizing that solar system. You received a grant to help pay for that of $500,000. And then there's the federal investment tax credits that the city will apply for that will help fund that after the project is done. Next slide, please. We did a very similar project at the fire station. We replaced 30-year-old rooftop units that were at the end of their life with new heat pumps, and then replaced the building control system and rebalanced the airflow to create better comfort and airflow within the fire station. That project will save over 26,000 kilowatt hours per year and $1,376 a year. In that project, we had to replace the roof so that it could support these systems and include the solar on the roof. So we installed a little bit more than Senior Center here, so 50.35 kilowatt solar array, providing 44,056 kilowatt hours per year. And we also installed a lithium ion battery backup system there. Again, slightly larger than the Senior Center, 258 kilowatt hours. That also received a grant of $500,000, and there will be tax incentives that the city can apply for to help fund the rest of that or more of that project as well, but that can't be applied for until the project's completely done. Next slide, please. City Hall. City Hall has been the one that we've had a hard time getting funding for. We've applied for several grants, but haven't been able to receive more than just a little bit of money there, which we ended up using for the ASHRAE Level 2 audit that's required by the Clean Buildings Performance Standards. City Hall is kind of it's a tough spot. There's a lot of comfort complaints there. There's overheating in some areas. There's cold areas. I think last year people were, I don't know, I think it freezing at one point in the year last year, or maybe it was the year before, but it was very cold. There's maintenance issues. Most of the lighting within City Hall is fluorescent still, so that's very much behind and very not efficient lighting. There's old leaky windows and leaky ducts, and the boiler is beyond its useful life. So this Clean Buildings Performance Standards, I'm not sure who's aware of that, but it's a mandate from Washington State that buildings over 20,000 square feet need to meet a certain energy use target, energy use index, which is an Energy Star measurement of energy efficiency. And the target for City Hall is 54. And we've benchmarked that building at 76.3. So it's 41% higher than the EUI target. Now, if you're required to meet that target, and if you don't meet that target, then you are going to have to pay penalties. So the penalty for not meeting your EUI is around, this is just an estimate, it's not exact, but it could potentially be around $87,000. We have an opportunity to apply for funding to do the projects that will get the City Hall to the EUI target. That application is due tomorrow, I believe. And Corey and I have completed that application and are ready to submit that with fingers crossed that that funding will come through. The ASHRAE level audit was completed in December of 2025. And the next slide will show you what we've come up with as far as the projects that need to happen in order to get to that EUI target. Next slide, please. This might be hard for you to read. I couldn't get it much bigger, but this lists out what we call energy conservation measures. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy conservation measures that we're recommending that the City Hall completes to reduce their EUI to the target or below the target. And things that actually really need to be done because you're at risk at failure, and it's a lot less expensive to do things proactively than it is to do them in emergency types of situations. So the first one here is upgrade and recommission the HVAC controls. That will, you can go along the lines here and it'll save 342,297 kilowatt hours per year, reducing utility costs by over $21,000 per year, resulting in an EUI of 52.9 years. Retrofitting the facility lighting with LEDs, this is kind of a no-brainer. It has a very short payback, as does the control system upgrade. Retrofitting to true VAV system, which is a variable air volume system that is more up to speed of what the normal is these days. And then doing the same with the police station. And then also replacing that electric boil that's way past its useful life. So we put those individually here to show you each one of those and what the energy savings would be. But then the recommendation is to do all of those, which there would be some economies of scale. So the cost goes down a little bit if the city were to move forward with all of those. So you can see that all of these combined will get you down to a 40.2 EUI, which is significantly lower than what the required EUI is, but it looks, from what we can tell, they're probably going to keep moving that target as the years go by. If you were to do those projects, you would be reducing your electrical consumption by 45%, as well as your energy use index, and reducing your annual utility costs by 27%. Next slide, please. So funding opportunities. There's a grant out right now that I mentioned earlier. It's due tomorrow. There's significant funding to help cities like Port Angeles fund these projects. The only one that we're applying for at this time, because the audits and the other documents were already funded by Commerce, is this energy efficiency retrofit grant. There's $10.6 million available. It's going to be very competitive because everyone in the state's vying for these dollars, but we're crossing our fingers that the city will be successful in receiving funds from that grant. Next slide, please. Another funding opportunity is called an energy savings performance contract. Because you're saving significant dollars in energy savings, that those energy savings can be utilized to fund a loan to cover at least a portion of the project cost in the form of a tax exempt lease, which is going to be explained on the next slide. But basically, this just gives you a visual of how that works. So you have the energy savings, you use the dollars in operational savings and energy savings to offset those loan payments. So ideally, the loan would be cost neutral. Next slide, please. A tax exempt lease is typically what we would utilize. There's a maximum 20-year term for these. We're seeing around 4.5% to 5% interest rates for these lease agreements, and it's a lease purchase where at the end of the term, the equipment goes back. It's held by training, and then it goes back into ownership of the city once the term is complete. And basically, it reserves your general obligation bonding capacity. And there's all these other benefits that you can read here as well. Next slide, please. And then working with Train, the way that we've worked with the city in the past is through an alternative procurement methodology. The piggybacking RCW is how we utilize this program so that Train can work with the city directly. And then we have basically take all of the risk, managing this project from beginning to end and reduce the timeline with which these projects are completed from beginning to end as well, saving quite a bit of money. It's been very successful with the fire station and the senior center project, and that's how we would want to or hope that the city would want to procure this next project if the city were to move forward. Next slide, please. So in summary, the City Hall HVAC system is at risk of failure and past its useful life, not to mention using a lot more energy than necessary. In the past few years, we have helped the city receive significant amount of grant funding. Unfortunately, we've had to give some of it back. We were looking at solar and battery storage for City Hall as well, but weren't able to move forward with that due to a few different reasons why there, but we had to give that money back. But we were able to get the $1 million for the senior center and fire hall station, and hopefully we can help you guys get some more funding for the City Hall project. But what Train provides is a guaranteed maximum cost. So if we were not to get to that maximum cost, the city would just pay what the cost of the project is. We also guarantee the energy savings for these projects. And then we also have helped with grants, loans, and tax credits along the way. And this process is a design build type of process. So it's very collaborative with the contractors, Train, the city, to ensure that we have a very successful project. So the city benefits through using a pre-negotiated audited public purchasing network, partnering with Train for a design build process, transferring risk to Train. We would manage all of the contractors, the budget, and the time. And again, if the project were to exceed that cost, we would have to eat it. And it's just a very collaborative effort that makes things a lot easier for the city. Next slide, please. And that's all I have for you. Are there any questions?
All right. Are there council questions? Okay. You have a question? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if it's a question, more of a comment. One thing that I don't know, that I didn't hear you say loudly enough is that it does reduce our carbon emissions.
Yes.
Based on our 2002 climate resiliency plan, one of those targets was reduce greenhouse gas emissions by city facilities and operations. Again, by 2030, we got 4 more years, but this again helps us to, it helps because we're talking about city facilities. So we're moving towards that. And I think it's important that we identify it, that it does reduce emissions reductions based on your calculations by 328,431 pounds annually. And it does meet our guidelines that we have in our climate resiliency plan. So thank you for that. I appreciate your overview, and it's a lot of work to be greenhouse gas emissions free. Thank you.
All right. I just want to say that I'm glad that we were able to move forward with the senior center and the fire hall, both important spaces with important people in them that we want to keep comfortable when it's hot and comfortable when it's cold. So I have just a process question, I guess, which is, okay, I'll go to Mark in just a minute. Right now, we're just in a holding pattern to see if we get the grant, and then we'll come back again if there's action to be taken regarding that with steps towards doing something at City Hall.
Correct. And our hope is to get that information about the grant during the CFP process.
Okay, great. Mark, you have a question.
Thanks for the presentation, Councilmember Hodgson here. Just a question on the UI target. Does that change over time? Looking at the compliance deadlines, it looks like as time progresses, this is applicable to more and more square footage, but does the actual penalty change over time? Does it increase in the number of years that progress that you're not in compliance?
Not at this time. That's not to say that legislation might not change that to be more aggressive later. If the city were to move forward with the projects at City Hall, you would be significantly under the EUI target. So you would be, even if they made the target more aggressive, you would have a lot of wiggle room.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much, Angie. We look forward to seeing you again in the future when that grant comes through for us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Angie.
All right. Let's do the Peace Poll presentation and then take a quick break. Corey, go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Council, the city has been working with the Rotary Northwestern and the Lower Elwha Clown Tribe on placing a peace pole at Pebble Beach Park. The two did a presentation to the Parks Commission on December 18th of last year, and they gave a favorable recommendation for the project. This was such a great presentation and project that we wanted to share it with the council. So with that, I'd like to introduce Sean Simmons from the Rotary and Carmen Watson Charles from Lower Elwha.
I will just say welcome. Thank you for being here. And it can be tricky because you can't see your presentation, but if you turn away from the microphone, no one online can hear you.
Okay.
And people in the audience probably can't hear you either. So,
well, I'll probably look back a few times.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it is right there too. Well, good evening, everyone, to the council, to Mayor Dexter, to city staff, and to our community members. My name is Sean Simmons, and I am the immediate past president of Northwestern Rotary Club here in Port Angeles. And with me tonight here is Carmen Watson Charles, who is cultural manager for the Lower Elwha Clown Tribe. Tonight we're here to provide some information on the upcoming completion of our Peace Pole project, which will be completed by the end of the month. And so Carmen is showing that off here for us. But we really just want to provide some information to the rest of everyone who was not able to be at our presentation in December. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So as I said, I'm with Northwestern Rotary of Port Angeles, which is a service-driven organization dedicated to improving lives locally and globally through volunteerism, fundraising, and community partnerships. Our members represent a wide cross-section of the Port Angeles community, including business leaders, educators, nonprofit professionals, and citizens who believe in service above self. And as you can see, we are one of the key stakeholders on the project. We're working alongside of obviously the Lower Elwha tribe, the city of Port Angeles, and broader Rotary International networks that connect us to global service and peace initiatives. As Rotarians, we're committed to building peace through service, fellowship, and collaboration. The International Peace Pole movement aligns perfectly with Rotary's mission of promoting understanding and goodwill among all people. By joining this effort, we affirm our belief that peace begins locally and ripples outward to the world through honoring our tribal neighbors, strengthening ties with our sister cities, and embracing diversity. Next slide, please. So what is a peace pole? Why a peace pole? A peace pole is an internationally recognized symbol of the hopes and dreams of the entire human family, bearing the message, may peace prevail on earth in different languages on each of its four sides, as you can see here. The Universal Message for World Peace was authored in 1955 by the late Masahisa Goi of Japan, who was greatly affected by the destruction caused by World War II and the atomic bombs which fell on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The peace pole will serve as a visible and lasting symbol of unity, respect, and shared humanity. For our organization and partners, it represents our collective hope that peace is not only an aspiration, but an active practice within homes, schools, neighborhoods, and across nations. We hope the pole inspires reflection, dialogue, and a sense of belonging, reminding all who visit Pebble Beach Park that peace is both possible and necessary. Next slide, please. So eight languages were selected to reflect meaningful ties within our club, community, and partnerships. We began with Clallam, which was translated by tribal elder Jamie Valadez, honoring the Lower Elwha tribe's enduring presence on this land. We then chose languages that celebrate connections across borders. Japanese for our sister city Mutsu, French for our French-Canadian neighbors to the north, Spanish for our neighbors to the south, Ukrainian to show solidarity with a war-torn country, Tibetan for its cultural association with peace and mindfulness, Hebrew to recognize Jewish traditions of peace and resilience. Good catch.
I'll move it over.
Thank you, John.
Just make it just when it's awake.
Yeah. And finally, English is the last language on the poll. So with that, we're going to go to the next slide, and I'm going to invite Carmen up.
Ike Squatchy, good day. So, sorry, I gotta, oh, the words are on it. So I'm gonna find the slide down here. So how did we get to this partnership with us, the Lower Elwha tribe? It's always an honor to be called by my dear friend, Carmen Lee Geyer. Thank you so much. My hands go up to you. And it's always really important that, and I'm very grateful for the collaborations that have been created here today. And what better way to have a peace pole right here in Nuslaim territory. And I was really grateful then after I got the phone call to reach out to Jamie Valdez, my elder. And unfortunately, Clallam does not fully translate over to English. And so Jamie had come up with the phrase, feel peace here in our home. And how it is pronounced, trying to see if I could see it up here, is Twatwi Sa'atha Atsa A'ink. Twatwi Sa'atha Atsa A'ink, which again means feel peace here in our home. This honors the connection with our tribal community members and celebrates the peace with our committed and to help build, I'm going to start over. This honors the connection with our tribal community members and celebrates the peace we are committed to help build in Port Angeles, which we say Tweetson. This project demonstrates the power of partnership. By working together, we strengthen our community and create spaces that reflect our shared values. Next slide, please. So why did we choose Pebble Beach? It is a great location as it already has a natural perfect circle, which is a symbol for farm, as we can think back of the meaning of humanity and peace. It's also a place where we'll have many other gatherings here in Port Angeles, so it's a great place. And then the peace pole represents balance, unity, inclusivity, and the interconnectedness of all people. And I would like to go ahead and show where that is. So next slide, please. So here you can see right in the middle in the red, that is where the peace pole is going to be located. And this location honors our history and the relationship between land, water, and community. You'll see Ferrero is going to be right next to it here. I'm just going to run up and point. And the long house will be there as well. So all that will be right in the same area. Let's see. This offers opportunity for connection with environmental education, stewardship partners, and brings us all together. That symbolizes our collective commitment to building peace and harmony with culture, community, and our natural world. Hutchinson, thank you.
So with that, I just want to say thank you to everyone. You can go to the last slide. I think it's just a thank you slide, but we want to provide some information on next steps. So on actually 2 weeks from now, we'll be installing the peace pole at Pebble Beach Park, and then we will wrap everything up with a nice bow on Saturday, March 28th, and that will be a ceremony in which all are invited. And we'll be doing that at 2 o'clock right there at the Peace Pole at Pebble Beach Park. So thank you everyone for listening to us this evening. Thank you to members of the community, my fellow Rotarians, to Carmen and the tribe. And thank you so much. Any questions?
Are there any questions from council? Thank you very much. And thank you to Rotary and Laura Awa-Clallam Tribe for your cooperation on this. I think it'll be a good addition. Just another reason to go down and visit the park. And appreciate the explanation. I think it's the more people who know. I've seen polls like that before and wondered about how the languages are chosen. And so learning a little bit more about how that happens and then locally why you chose the languages you did, I think was really nice. So thank you for sharing that.
You're very welcome.
All right. It doesn't look like there are any other questions. So thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. We have a number of additional presentations. I'm going to give us a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and pick up with those presentations.
got to get started again. And it's the only thing that actually makes enough noise to get people's attention. So not a big fan of the gavel, but I decided I better use it tonight. All right. We have a number of presentations that are continuing, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, our look into as a sort of preamble for council discussion about camping issues and things of that nature around homelessness. So I'm going to turn over to Nathan again to kick off this round.
City Council, you will recall that during our February 3rd meeting, the topic of the ARC team was discussed and a motion was made to hold a work session on the topic as part of your April 7th council meeting. At that time, several council members also indicated an interest in inviting a series of speakers to present to council on their specific roles during upcoming meetings prior to the April work session. Staff quickly reached out to various organizations and extended invitations. You'll recall that on February 17th, you heard presentations from Habitat for Humanity, Salvation Army, and 4PA. And tonight, we're very excited to welcome the Clallam County Homelessness Task Force with Christine Dunn, Behavioral Health and Homelessness Coordinator from Clallam County Health and Human Services, as well as Clallam County Harm Reduction, Jenny Opelt, Deputy Director of Clallam County Health and Human Services. And finally, we'll hear from Wendy Sisk, CEO of Peninsula Behavioral Health. Council, at your following meeting on March 17th, we will hear from Serenity House, Taffy, Port Angeles Waterfront District, OPCC, First United Methodist Church, and Peninsula Housing Authority. We are very grateful to the presenters this evening and want to welcome them tonight and look forward to hearing about them.
Thank you very much for being here, and just go ahead when you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. First off, I wanted to start with a little bit of history. So next slide, please. On the funding stream that we have available at the county. So in 2002, Substitute House Bill 2060, which allocated for funds for the operating and maintenance of low-income housing projects and for innovative housing demonstration projects was instituted. We refer to that as affordable housing or the 2060 fund. In 2005, House Bill 2163, which allowed for funds for addressing local homelessness by providing housing, supportive services, and homelessness prevention, was also brought on board, and that we refer to that as the Homeless Housing and Assistance Fund or 2163. In May of 2023, Substitute Senate Bill 5386 was signed into law and updates the distribution of these funds. And additionally, the two RCWs that were attached to those original Senate bills was repealed and replaced with RCW 3622-250, which updates and reduces the administrative complexity by increasing transparency of revenue flows for activities funded by document recording fees. So that's the boring stuff about the funds that we actually have. Next slide, please. So RCW 3622-250 establishes a surcharge of $183 per instrument to be charged by the county auditor. So these are for real estate documents primarily that are recorded with the county. This excludes birth, death, marriage, divorce, those types of things. And you can see by the chart that's below there, the bulk of these funds actually goes to the state for various programs that they run. So 54% of it goes to the Home Security Fund, 13% of it goes to the Affordable Housing for All Fund, and 1.8% goes to the Landlord Mitigation Fund. Of the remaining funds, 31% comes to the county. 1% of that goes to the county auditor for their role in collection and distribution of the funds. And then the 30% then goes to the county for the programs that we support. And of that 30%, 10% is utilized for administration of those funds and administrative costs. At least 75% will be retained and used by the county to accomplish the purpose of its local homeless housing plan. and at least 15% will be retained and used by the county for eligible housing activities that serve extremely low and very low income households. All right, next slide, please. So over the past few years, we've seen a marked decrease in these funds. If you take a look at the graph down below, you'll see that the top line in green is the homeless housing and assistance funds, or those $2163. And the blue line below is the affordable housing, or 2060 funds. And they both kind of took a dive in 2021, where they significantly decreased in the amount coming in. The section where you see kind of an uptick in that teal color, that's when those pots of money were combined. So it kind of gives a false illusion of them going up. They really haven't increased that dramatically. But this decrease has prompted Washington Commerce to distribute a portion of these funds that they collect back to the counties all across the state to offset these decreases. Next slide, please. So the Homelessness Task Force is required, or is part of the process of distributing these funds. So I wanted to give you kind of an overview of the board itself. It's rather a large board. We do have some vacancies on those positions, for some positions on the board, but as you can see, there's a wide variety of city council members on the board, and also various organizations are represented on this task force. Okay, next slide, please. So for this funding that we receive, it is the funding cycle that we just most recently allotted funding for, began in July 1 of 2025, and it runs through June 30th, 2027. So it's a 2-year funding cycle. When we allotted, or when we put the request for proposals out, we allocated $720,000 for the 2163, or homeless housing and assistance funds. That was for the 2-year period, so that worked out to $360,000 per year. We received a total of 9 proposals for that funding, and the total requested was $1,613,559.66. For the affordable housing, or 2060 funds, we allocated $130,000 for that 2-year funding cycle, $65,000 per year. We received 3 proposals, and that total was $237,652. Later in this funding cycle, we received that supplemental funding from Commerce, and that total was $445,167, and that was for year 1 only of our funding cycle. Next slide, please. So each funding cycle, the Homeless Task Force sets funding priorities that are based on local need and the 5-year plan. And these are very brief descriptions. The RFP went into much greater detail into each of these subjects. But so the funding priorities for this funding cycle were shelter and housing. And the housing and shelter options are the options that provide individuals with a safe place to live, ranging from low barrier to high barrier. Security mitigation refers to financial resources allocated to minimize the physical, financial, and operational impacts of homelessness on rental housing units. This was meant to support landlords in maintaining their properties. Housing navigator and workforce development. This was financial support allocated to programs and services that provide a navigator that performs case management that includes assistance into and maintaining stable housing. It also provided financial support for ongoing training and professional development. A subcommittee consisting of Homeless Task Force members with no conflict of interest is tasked with reviewing, scoring, and making funding recommendations. Those recommendations are discussed with the entire Homelessness Task Force, voted on, and then moved on to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval. Next slide, please. After the initial review and funding allocations, Clallam County Health and Human Services received the additional funding from Washington Commerce, and then the subcommittee that originally scored these proposals was reconvened, and the funding was reallocated. The remainder of the $445,000 from Washington Commerce will be used to sustain currently funded programs and thereby preserving local dollars. So not all of that $445 was dispersed to these as additional funding. All right, and I won't read each of these out. in the interest of time, but each of these lists the agencies, the project name, and a brief description on what the program actually is. That first column is the column they were originally funded. The second column is the supplemental funding that they received, and then the total at the end. Next slide, please. I did want to call attention to one of the programs, though, as it is a new program. It is the Trinity United Methodist Church, their safe parking program. The need for a safe parking program in Clallam County was first identified in the 2021 Gaps and Needs Analysis. The Homeless Task Force subsequently reviewed successful programs across the state to better understand effective models and gather information that could inform potential local implementation. So this is a brand new program. They offer 3 to 5 spaces for vulnerable populations. They offer case management and wraparound services that's provided by partner agencies. This has been a steep learning curve for this agency. They had a bit of a heavy lift getting it off the ground. They did face some barriers in the very beginning that they seem to have worked through. They have, starting in February, they've had 2 guests so far with a 3rd approved. They are receiving intensive case management, focusing on housing and healthcare, and some are being assisted with some legal issues that they have. And they all of the folks that are in the program will receive memberships at the Y so that they can shower and take care of personal hygiene. Next slide, please. I wanted to offer a little bit of data on some of the programs so far this year. So this is only for the first 6 months, and it's just a kind of a portion of the data. But overall, individuals served with this funding so far has been 1,279. It is a duplicated number because a lot of these folks are seeking services in the same locations. So for those seeking shelter under 30 days, there's been 422 individuals, 31 to 90 days, 154, and those seeking shelter over 90 days, 74. So keep in mind that the shelter, a lot of times people come and go. They don't stay in the shelter the whole time. If the weather's nice, they are going elsewhere. I think encouraging is the housing placement numbers. That there's been 13 placed in transitional housing so far and a total of 4 into permanent housing, which given the state of housing availability in our area is pretty encouraging. Financial assistance, there's been 36 individuals helped with rental vouchers or payments to get into housing or to help with their rental to keep them from homelessness. 21 assisted with utilities and bills, and 41 assisted with transportation. And just a couple of miscellaneous items that I put in there to kind of show exactly how far the agencies are going to help folks kind of get their situation squared away. There's been 1 individual helped with car repair, a couple of folks helped to get their driver's license, things that they need to get them up and running. There's been 103 referrals to SUD services and 115 to behavioral health services. So that's just a little bit of information there. Next slide, please. I also wanted to bring some emerging patterns that we're seeing, and some of these you might already be familiar with, but Serenity House has indicated that 30% of their population is currently over the age of 55. Approximately 10% of those over 55 need some form of assisted living services, which is impossible or near impossible to get in a shelter type situation. Currently, there are 10 to 12 individuals sheltered at the Serenity House that are currently employed and unable to secure housing. And I wanted to include a little data from the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness. They report that 40 to 60% of homeless individuals nationwide have some form of employment and can't find housing. Next slide, please. Next is a little information on McKinney-Vento from 2024 to 2025. So these are youth that are homeless or at risk of homelessness. So for Cape Flattery School District, that was 7.7% of their population. Crescent School District had 0%. Port Angeles School District was 3%. Quileute Tribal was 0%. Quileute Valley School District was 3.8%. And Sequim School District was 3.1%. And then I also wanted to point out on the bottom there that there has been Washington Commerce snapshot. So this is statewide information. 33.7% of statewide are that are unstably housed or homeless have an SUD, and I don't have all my notes on here. And 21.8% for the local PIT count for the same time frame. So. And then for the mental health condition, 36% statewide and 25.4% locally, according to the PIT count for 2025. And 27.6 with a co-occurring across the state. Did not have that data for locally, local numbers. All right, and next slide, please. So a little information on the 5-year plan. On May 27th, 2025, the Homeless Task Force updated the 5-year plan for Clallam County's response to homelessness, and I've included the link there if you'd like to check that out. There were 5 objectives that were identified by Washington Commerce as central to all plans across Washington state. There they are listed. The 5-year plan identifies exploring tiny shelter villages that offer supportive services as a key strategy to number 1. That is the promote an equitable, accountable, and transparent homeless crisis response system. These tiny shelter villages with support services could help individuals progress toward employment and permanent housing. They would be a transitional step toward independent living and long-term stability. 4PA's Touchstone Campus is a great example. During the August 5th, 2025 Homelessness Task Force meeting, several representatives from the City of Forks, PA, and SWIM, as well as representatives from Clallam County DCD and others from the community joined the kickoff conversation on what requirements and potential barriers to building tiny shelters are. The conversation with DCD continued at the October 7th Homelessness Task Force meeting, where the task force decided that creating a concept plan that would be available on our website for any agencies that might be interested in building these tiny shelters could utilize this information and be able to kind of be up and running pretty easily. So right now we're working on gathering examples from existing tiny shelters across Washington, creating a conceptualization design, discussing with local shelter providers what management of such a design would entail, and reaching out to Washington Balance of State to see how similar projects have been funded. And then finally, we'll meet with DCD, L&I, Environmental Health, and others to discuss the concept plan and see if it passes muster. And that is all I have for you guys. Any questions?
Are there questions from council? It's only time for questions from council, so you can try to catch her after. Navarra, go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. In one of the slides, you talked about the number of people going into shelters and then broke up transitional housing and then permanent housing. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between transitional housing and permanent housing as opposed to shelters?
Sure. So transitional housing is going to be more of a short-term stay. It's going to be housing that people can get into while they're getting their treatments lined up, getting their any other number of things that they might have to square away. And during that time, they're working towards securing permanent housing. So it is temporary, but it is, it is a step in the process of getting into permanent housing. And then the permanent housing is just that, it is permanent housing. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question. Can you give us an example of a transitional housing facility in Clallam County?
Yeah, the Serenity House Family Shelter. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, that would be a great example.
All right, other questions from council? Go ahead, Amy.
Thanks. I don't have any questions because I think I was a part of a lot of those subcommittees. I wasn't asking for funding, so I get nominated for not having a conflict of interest. But thank you very much for coming and putting that together. It's very helpful. I think I don't have a question, but I do want to just say out loud that the PIC count and the information that's taken from that is self-report. When we're doing the count, we're asking folks those questions. And so there's always that that question. So thank you.
Yes. John, go ahead.
So my question is more about judging progress. So does the homelessness task force have a reoccurring schedule where they evaluate how well these funds are working for these organizations, and how often does it occur? Does the public get to see that? I was hoping maybe you could elaborate on that because I don't know.
Sure. So we do have each of the funded agencies come and do a presentation during the funded period to talk about their project, what their successes are, what their struggles have been, et cetera, that type of a thing. So an update on the program. We gather data throughout the funding period, and then we provide, there's a report that's available on our website, and also we have to report that back to Washington Commerce as well. And yeah, so we have, and that's all available to the public meetings, and it's available online to the public as well.
Sorry, my microphone was glitching. My other question has to do with, so I'm wondering if the homelessness task force ever talks about or considers like people who are incarcerated that come out that are homeless, and how we support those individuals, because I feel like reentry into that, and with behavior issues or mental issues, I feel like tossing someone on the street is not going to help them or ease the problems that we're seeing in our community or with those individuals. So I was wondering if that's something that comes up, and how the task force recommends or gives suggestions to the various county agencies about how to maybe tackle those issues?
Sure. So several of the agencies that are funded with our behavioral health dollars work with the incarcerated individuals that are getting released, and they are trying to do those very same things, not only line them up with treatment, but also housing so that they can continue to work on their sobriety. And I believe that if memory serves me correct, Serenity House also does work with folks exiting incarceration. I think a lot of juveniles exiting incarceration, they really try to focus on that as well. Am I missing anyone? No, I think that, yeah. So it's a lot of the behavioral health teams are actually working with those exiting incarceration to kind of lift them up so they're not going right back immediately to the streets if they can. It's difficult to do because, again, there's not a ton in the way of housing out there, but it is something that they're working on, trying to get them into treatment and that type of thing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will go to Mark. Go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. I have two questions. One is, when we talk about homelessness and data, I think a lot of us think of the public-facing form of homelessness, and I'm wondering if you can shed some light on, when we talk about unhoused individuals, those that are maybe like couch surfing or staying with friends or family relatives, and they're just, a bad decision away from finding themselves out on the street. Do we have numbers or data that indicate sort of the difference between what we see when we're out and about and what we don't see, that as far as living situations go with people who don't have a home?
That's a great question. And I think that for the McKinney-Vento numbers, those are kids that are couch surfing as well. But for adults and people living with family, we don't know what that number is, because unless they're taking part in the PIT count, we wouldn't know how many are actually out there that are homeless. So it is a bit of a struggle to get that fully captured. I think the PIT count, it fully reflects those that are, or attempts to fully reflect those that are actually living unhoused on the street. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Latricia, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I guess kind of two questions. The first question is, and I didn't see fully the list of people who are involved in the task force.
Mm-hmm.
But is the Salvation Army, Captain Casey, part of that?
No, the Salvation Army is not currently, does not currently sit on the homelessness task force. We have reached out to have them come speak with us, just to kind of update us and work hand in hand on what they're doing and maybe how the task force can be of assistance. So we're working to get her to come to the task force meeting.
It might be good to actually invite her to be part of the task force instead of just speaking to the task force. I mean, they have a huge footprint in City Port Angeles, and a lot of that footprint is going unutilized. It might be an opportunity for, I mean, last time when she was here at our last meeting, their capacity is very small. I was shocked. I think it was 3 and maybe a part-time person. So that's not a lot for everything that they listed that they do. But I think that there's a lot of potential with that footprint in downtown in the heart of our town. And I think it's being underutilized. And I would really like to see more of that connection happening and going on, because I think some of these fundings that you talked about and prioritizing projects could help them to be able to serve a greater capacity, greater need within the city of Port Angeles.
Sure.
And then I think another question too, I just get it out there quickly. Can you explain how do Oxford Homes fit in with what you're doing and what this task force is doing?
Sure. So just a little bit more information on the RFP process. It is an open process, so anyone can apply for that funding. So that includes the Salvation Army. They can certainly apply for funding. And just going back to the task force itself, those seats that are on the task force are I don't want to say assigned, but they are set seats for each one of those is an assigned seat, if you will. There are some that are a little bit more, I don't want to say vague, but a little more open in their description. So that is certainly something that if there's a member of the Salvation Army, if they would like to apply for the task force, they're certainly welcome to do so. And I can extend that invitation, no problem. And then as far as Oxford houses are concerned, they are not, they don't reach out for funding from us. They are typically kind of their own standalone type of entity. They really don't engage with the task force very much. And I don't really have a ton to share on what they're doing and how they're funded, that type of thing. But yeah. Amy,
go ahead.
How I've seen them interact is that funding that's provided to an agency will fund Oxford House deposits to get security deposits to get folks into Oxford houses. But Oxford, the agency or the organization, is not a funded org. That's how I've seen that.
Yeah, that's
work
true.
out.
Yeah, that is true. So some of those rental deposits that I referred to on here could very well have been Oxford House deposits and that type of thing. So yeah, that is true.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
All right. I will probably think of questions when I get home, but for now I don't have any. I want to thank you for
emails on here.
coming.
You can email me.
I also will say, I know there are people in the audience who both have something to share and who have questions. And this is just because it's a council meeting, it's not that kind of forum, but you are welcome to email us and or the people presenting. I think they're all, I think everyone who's presenting tonight has an email address or contact information for their organization or agency to get questions answered that way. I know it can be frustrating to be in the audience and want to participate. And unfortunately, it's not that kind of meeting tonight. So thank you very much for that presentation. And we will move on to our next presentation, which is Clallam County Harm Reduction.
Thank you, Mayor Dexter and Council, for having me here today. And thank you to the members of the public who joined us. I think it's very valuable that the folks who are here, both in person and online, are engaging in these conversations and being active members of our town. So to get us started, my name is Jenny Oppelt. I am the Deputy Director of Clallam County Health and Human Services. I'm going to point to two folks in our audience today. Sue is our harm reduction program coordinator, and she will come up and share a brief story towards the end of the presentation. And then we also have Chelsea Krause, who is our public health nurse manager, which just a tidbit of information, the Harm Reduction Health Center lives within the public health program. So if you want to advance to the next slide, which I know I have the clicker here, but maybe we'll just tag team this. So briefly about harm reduction. Harm reduction is exactly what it sounds like. It's reducing harm associated with using drugs through various interventions, but the concept relies on more than these tools and beginnings. At the most fundamental level, all people in the community deserve safety and dignity, and harm reduction does not treat drugs and drug use as a moral failing. I would like to point out that we all practice some form of harm reduction in our lives on a daily basis. If anybody drove here today, hopefully they wore a seatbelt. That is a form of harm reduction. If anybody, was in a sunny place recently, hopefully they put sunscreen on. That's also a form of harm reduction. So harm reduction itself does not actually just relate to substance use, but it relates to many things. And it's a practice and a particular set of strategies to reduce harms of any given activity, a commitment to the fundamental humanity of a person receiving care, standard in a core standard of medicine. And principles of harm reduction are not unique to substance use disorder, as I said, and they are the form of most public health campaigns. It worked. That's great. Okay, so some of the goals, or the two main goals of harm reduction are preventing and reducing overdose deaths and preventing and reducing blood-borne illness and communicable disease related to substance use. So these are forms of primary prevention, which is preventing injury, disease, and death before they occur by meeting people where they're at, reducing the risks associated with substance use and other high-risk behaviors. This does not wait for somebody to be ready for abstinence or for treatment. Preventing overdose, HIV, hepatitis transmission, serious infections, and long-term disability make this a primary prevention strategy, not a last resort intervention. Syringe service programs, which are referred to SSPs, I may have used that acronym through this presentation, so I'm just throwing it out there that is syringe service programs. Our Harm Reduction Health Center is a syringe service program, and they are legal in Washington State and operate under the State Public Health Authority with public health programs. The service is provided for any member of the public, whether they are housed or not. And items are allowable for distribution and are protected under an RCW that is related to public health, which I have in the references of this presentation as well. So I just want to point out that harm reduction is only one aspect of the continuum of care of substance use disorder. That doesn't mean that all the other aspects of it are irrelevant or that we are blind to those in the Harm Reduction Health Center's programming. They are all extremely relevant, and with what I said in harm reduction, reduction, those principles of meeting somebody where they're at, that is relevant through all of this, whether that means somebody's going to be successful in their life in abstinence or seeking treatment. The goal of harm reduction is to prevent that person from experiencing death or further harm, and hopefully connecting them to treatment services and reducing the negative outcomes that they have related to their health throughout their life, which you'll hear from Peninsula Behavioral Health, who is absolutely on that continuum of care later on. So I just want to give a very brief history of harm reduction in our area, which I apologize, I'm noticing the words are a little small, so I'll read some of that. So in 2000, the year 2000, which feels like yesterday and forever ago, there was the rise in HIV across the nation and across throughout Clallam County as well. And the Clallam County Board of Health began the discussion on methods of how to mitigate the increase in HIV. And in the year 2000, they endorsed and created what was referred to as the Needle Exchange Program. This program operated for 10 years on a very limited basis in the basement of the courthouse, and moved out to the first floor of the 3rd Street office, which is our public health office, in the year 2010. Around 2017, HHS received federal funding under the Overdose Data to Action, or what was referred to as OD2A grant. And people who experienced an overdose and engaged in healthcare related to it were connected to a actual public health nurse who was offering referrals to treatment and engaging with folks around their social needs and treatment. That was the first time that the Harm Reduction Health Center, as it's known today, had any aspect of connecting people to care. It really, historically, this program really did serve as an exchange and very transactional. So someone would come in, whether that be in the basement of the courthouse or at 3rd Street when it moved, and exchange dirty needles for clean needles without connecting them to other resources or engaging in other treatments. So that changed in 2017. Although that was still quite minimal engagement with folks. So in 2022, the name had been referred to now as Syringe Services Program, that shifted to the Harm Reduction Health Center. And that was very intentional in representing more accurately the services that were being provided by the program. Which, included a significantly more robust and holistic idea around treating individuals in our community with dignity, respect, and more care related to their health needs. And then in 2023, the program moved to a new space, which is now at 325.5 West 2nd Street in Port Angeles. And it was very clear out of operating from our 3rd Street conference room for a number of years, seeing 60 plus individuals in one day, that did not serve the community well. Okay, so this is an overview of some of the services that are provided in the Harm Reduction Health Center. There are sterile syringes, safer use supplies, education, overdose prevention, substance testing strips, warmth and hygiene supplies, smoking cessation support, wound care, vaccination, sexual health and education supplies, connections to treatment, connections to other social and health services, hormone injection supplies, grief support, and nutrition. I just want to briefly touch on some of the things that our team at the Harm Reduction Health Center does. They have a schedule of outreach days where they engage in various communities throughout our county. That includes Collin Bay, Forks, Joyce, and they are currently working on a new location in Sequim. And so our location in Port Angeles is open 2 days a week for direct service days in the afternoons, which are Tuesdays and Fridays. The team also offers naloxone training and education to anybody in the community. In 2024, 276 Collin County residents were trained in naloxone. And they also offer trainings to agencies where, staff in a larger group setting would like to be trained. I'm going to go to the next slide. So I just want to acknowledge that our Harm Reduction Health Center never works alone. It takes a whole community to target substance use, and we are lucky to have some incredible community partners in the area. To list some of those, we have folks at our Harm Reduction Health Center during the direct service days who are providing staff to engage with our participants related to case management needs, healthcare, connecting them to maybe a treatment assessment or a detox bed date, providing nutrition, providing wound care, Olympic Peninsula Community Clinic, which I believe you'll hear from them at the next meeting. They provide a significant amount of supports, whether that be transporting folks to detox and treatment and providing direct wound care to our participants. On the left side, there's a list of community naloxone boxes that our program has placed. You may have seen one at the transit center or at an agency around in the community, and those are for anyone in our community to access naloxone without any barriers. So next, we're going to go into a little data. We're going to talk about harm reduction data specifically, and then we'll look at more broad data. So direct service areas are listed there on the left, which we did talk about. And then in 2025, here's just a variety of the numbers that we have that we provided today while we collect a significant amount of data related to this program. We just highlighted a few. So naloxone distribution during open hours, which means generally to participants, was 4,909 packs. Naloxone distribution via the community boxes that we just looked at, that was 3,883. Wound care clients seen and wound care kits distributed. 104 people in 2025 accessed wound care, and 5,028 wound care kits were distributed. We collect data related to participants responding to overdoses. So say if that's somebody that they're with or have happened upon, that they have responded to that overdose. As we know, there's a gap in folks connecting with 911 when an overdose occurs. So we had 252 participants report that they used naloxone to reverse an overdose. There's a number of partner agency participant contacts there, and in 2025, there were 27 partner treatment assessments that occurred within our physical space. That doesn't mean that participants they also may have engaged in treatment assessments in these agency spaces, but that's specific to our location. So overdose rates in Collin County, the graph on the top right is from 2016 to 2025. You'll notice that there's quite a dramatic increase in overdoses in the 2021, 22, and 23 years. And that is primarily due to the introduction of fentanyl within our community. And you'll see that there's also been some decreases in 24 and 25. Just as a fact that is important to point out that often is unnoticed is that over 70% of people who died from an overdose in 2025 died in their homes. So the perception that the substance use issue occurs only on our streets in our community is an incorrect perception. While it absolutely does, and I understand that that is a visual challenge and a challenge for businesses, it's really important to understand that people are dying in their homes as well from overdose, and that is something in public health that we need to respond to. Nearly 70% of overdose deaths were in people 50 and older. So that is another point that I think is often lost as well. So some data looking at Clallam County related to other counties throughout Washington. So historically speaking, Clallam County has done very poorly in overdose rates compared to other counties across our state. In 2023, that's the graph that's on in the blue on the top. Clallam County was number 4 in the highest rate of overdose deaths across the state. And I want to highlight that thankfully Clallam County has decreased in this rate compared to other counties to now be number 13. The rate of fatal overdoses has absolutely increased over time across multiple counties and across the state as well. But what is important to note is that Clallam County has decreased at a significantly higher rate than other counties have. And interestingly, some counties that you'll see listed on this have their rate has increased over time, while you see the main trend across the state is decreasing and Clallam County is decreasing at a more significant rate. There are counties who are increasing in their rate. And I just want to highlight that a few of these counties, mainly Grays Harbor County, Mason County, and Lewis County, have strategically dismantled their harm reduction programs or their syringe service programs over this period of time. I'm just going to briefly talk about Lewis County specifically. In April of 2024, Lewis County enacted an ordinance that restricts who may work at a syringe service program, the quantity of needles being distributed, that no other drug paraphernalia may be distributed. That's a direct quote. Additional other restrictions were made on the locations that harm reduction could be provided in their county. This ordinance was based on perception that syringe service programs increase substance use, homelessness, and increase found litter. The ordinance, the program that was running the ordinance was through a church, running their syringe service program was through a church, and this has recently been taken to federal court, and the ordinance now is being repealed due to court settlement, citing that this ordinance violates the Disabilities Act, the Rehabilitation Act, and state laws that permit and encourage harm reduction services. So this federal court will be dismissed. And I think it's very important to highlight that communities have strategically dismantled harm reduction, and those communities have negatively suffered from those choices that they have made. And overdose rates do not decrease as a result of harm reduction services going away. So in these next two slides, I'm just going to talk about some common concerns that we hear related to harm reduction. One of those being that harm reduction increases drug use. I have a list of references at the end of the presentation with citations to studies that are related to this, but I'm just going to briefly talk about them. So providing safer supplies does not increase drug use. Drug use would occur regardless of if a harm reduction health center or harm reduction program existed in our community. We saw this many years ago when the program began, or before the program began. Substance use occurred in our community, and we see it in the communities that have taken harm reduction away from their members of the public. Substance use does not go away. Generally, overdose deaths and costly services related to communicable disease and bloodborne illness increase throughout the community and cost the public significant funds. Another common concern we hear is that harm reduction increases litter, and studies show that litter decreases as a result of having a harm reduction program within their community because folks have a location to bring back used drug supplies. The next common concern we hear is that harm reduction deters people from engaging in treatment services. And studies show that harm reduction, the people who engage in harm reduction are 3 times more likely to engage in a treatment services than those who have not engaged in harm reduction. And as you saw in the continuum of care image, harm reduction is a part of the spectrum of, the disease of addiction and recovery. That does not mean that's the only thing. And everybody has their own individual way and solution to substance use, and we do not discredit any of those avenues that folks go through. We also commonly hear that harm reduction is enabling or a moral failing of a person, that somebody's using substances as a moral failing. And in harm reduction, it is constantly proven through research and studies that this saves lives without judgment, and that each member of our community deserves dignity and respect. That is not conditional, and that whether somebody is housed or not, or using substances or not, they deserve dignity and respect. Another point is that providing supplies encourages an increase in drug use and increases communicable disease rates. And studies show that syringe service programs are associated with a 50% reduction in HIV and HCV transmission, and actually help encourage folks to access treatment. As Christine had pointed out earlier, which this data does come from the PIT count, which has its own challenges, but roughly 1/3 of individuals who are homeless also have a substance use disorder. And so there is a majority of individuals who are living homeless who do not have a substance use disorder. The last common concern that I'll touch on is that substance use leads to homelessness. And actually, research shows that when people become homeless, which is most often due to affordability, they are more likely to start using substances as a result of their experience in homelessness, as a way to cope with living outside, not the other way around. We have quite a few stories of individuals who began using substances while they're living outside on the street as a way to stay awake during the night, to try to stay as safe as possible while they're outside. So I would like to invite Siri to come up and share a brief participant story from one of our individuals who has agreed to have this be shared, and then I'll be available for questions.
Thanks, Jenny. Greetings, everyone. I really appreciate the Peace Poll presentation happening tonight and the reference to our shared humanity. It's important to remember that every person is an individual with their own life path, and we need to recognize that humanity. Before I read the letter, I want to share a little about one aspect of our program, which is our clothing closet, because it's referenced. We receive a number of donations of clothing, shoes, and other things each week from a variety of community partners. Items are sorted by type, gender, size, etc., and stored in our warehouse. At the front of our support space, we have a support space and we have a separate supply counter, and sometimes people don't go to both. In the support space, there's a clothing rack with 2 shelves that we keep stocked during our direct service hours in our PA location. Often the staff will set aside items for folks who have expressed a specific need, and the relationships built between the staff and participants allows for this to happen. The author of this letter has nicknamed the staff the girls. I just want to point that out, that though not one of us is technically a girl, it is a testament to the sense of belonging that he has towards the Harm Reduction Health Center. So in his participant letter, he states, "So I feel strongly about this outfit because of their down-to-earth outlook. In the PowerPoint, they're addressing the stuff they do, which is remarkable. But it is the way they open doors to a closed subject, substance use, by simply not being judgmental, closed-minded, smug, or down-looking upon us. By lifting us up so we can start seeing eye to eye. These girls, I call them my girls, take the time to care for each individual. Their warm embrace and attitude is very comforting." He then refers to an interaction that he witnessed between a staff member and a participant that was seriously struggling with their mental health on this day. Like the other day, the staff member, this person saw that they needed a backpack and that her favorite color is red. They got her a red backpack and matching shoes from the clothing supplies. She couldn't wear just any outfit because of her OCD. She was at ease with her mental health and able to wear them out of there. It was so nice to see coming from the staff that showed a lot of love. Not everyone can do what these girls do. At the end of the day when this participant wrote this letter, he was organizing his belongings in the parking lot near my car. As I was leaving, he walked over and stated, "I meant what I said in my letter." I thanked him and wished him a good night. He asked if he could give me a hug. When he hugged me, he said, "I remember when you were a teacher at Stevens Middle School. You were really kind then too." I had to tell him that while I had been a teacher in the past, it wasn't in Port Angeles. We shared a laugh when I told him that many people say I remind them of their kindergarten or second grade or middle school teacher. Most of our participants are lifelong Clallam County residents, as this interaction shows. All of them respond to compassion, respect, and being treated with dignity. Thank you for your work on behalf of all of our residents.
I noticed that I didn't speak very much about our pictures that we have, so I just want to highlight this very briefly, that this is our grief space that is created within the Harm Reduction Health Center here in Port Angeles, where participants can freely enter the space and grieve a loved one that they have lost related to overdose. And so you'll see each of those hearts, it represents a person who is lost that a participant has grieved. And often because of the stigma that surrounds overdose, they don't have a chance to grieve their loved ones or in a very in the same ways that maybe you and I would. And so the space is very incredible and well received from our participants. So the next slide is if you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Okay, Amy, go ahead.
I'll start us off because I'm sure there's got to be. Thank you so much for your presentation, for coming and sharing some of that information. I'm winging how I'm going to word this question, so bear with me. I am aware that most of our overdose deaths in Clallam County are older folks in their homes. So my question is, how is the Harm Reduction Center doing outreach to that demographic?
Yeah, I want to talk about the substances that are in overdoses very briefly. There is a number of individuals who have overdosed in our community that who have overdosed and it was fatal, who are receiving high doses of prescription opioids, which had been a problem of the past that we within our community, not only in public health, but across the community and across the state, did significant work on that. And those have begun to rise again. So that is one of those aspects. So we engage with within the public health office, actually, kind of slightly separate from our Harm Reduction Health Center. We engage with communicating with providers who have prescribed those high doses, and maybe that's in combination with another respiratory depressive medication. And so we communicate with the providers to help educate them on safe best practices. So that is one way. Siri, is there anything else you would like to describe about engaging with folks in their homes? Yeah. Just so
thank you.
Folks can hear online. Yes, I can tell as soon as I move my head, it doesn't pick up any sound.
Our staff attends a number of events around the county. The most recent one was the Healthy Communities Fair at Peninsula College, where we engage with folks talking about substance use, the use of naloxone, Narcan, safer sexual practices. We get out there and talk about all harm reduction, International Overdose Awareness Day. So we have some new staff, and we hope to be able to get out more into the community and do more events, and definitely, talk to folks about what's happening. I think once again, we have to address the stigma that's out there. People don't want to talk about overdose deaths, especially if, it's somebody that's housed and, it's not expected of them. We need to talk about it so that people understand the dangers and how to prevent it.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. You have a follow-up? Sorry. Okay. And Drew, I see your hand, so I'll call on you next.
A quick response to that would be perhaps a senior center event or presentation would also be worthwhile.
Yeah, public
Absolutely.
health has attended the events at the senior center too.
Yes. We have attended those events and will continue to do so. And in our increase in public engagement too, we'll be reaching out to them for a specific presentation.
Okay, so now my last question is a little uncomfortable for me to ask, but I get a lot of emails and I do a lot of outreach. And so I appreciated your studies or your citations to how needle exchanges reduce needle litter. What or how can we respond to folks that are concerned about finding the other litter, right? The kits or things that come out that are found in the same bags. If you could maybe speak to that.
Yeah, that's a valid concern, and I understand the uncomfortability that people see or experience when they find supplies that are from our program, and I understand that, and we within Health and Human Services, we also have environmental health, and that is an aspect of our community that we also care about. And so, of course, validating that is not something that we want or encourage. We do our best to provide supplies in the quantities that people need, and we're currently changing, or we have actually just recently changed the interaction that occurs, the kind of physical way that an interaction occurs within our space when somebody's there for direct service. So that is increasing the conversation that's occurring with our staff and our participant, talking about how much supplies do they actually need? Will they be here again on Friday if it's Tuesday? If so, if they're picking up for just themselves, we're doing our best to help limit the quantities that are being provided, while also balancing the idea that people need to have the quantities that they need as well, so that they can prevent reusing anything. Siri, is there anything else you would like to touch on?
Availability of trash disposal.
Yeah, availability of trash disposal is absolutely a challenge. It is absolutely a challenge.
Have you guys ever considered, or maybe this is how you started, as you counted in the beginning, counting the needle exchange? Do you do that with the, I don't know what else to call them, but
yeah, we do. We still count the quantities of syringes being returned to us and the quantities that we're distributing. Did you have a follow-up? Oh, and the kits, yes, we do count the number of kits. We also provide sharps containers to our participants to help reduce the potential of those items being found not in a safe way. And safer smoking supplies and things like that can also be returned back to the Harm Reduction Health Center and disposed of in sharps containers as well.
All right, we'll go to Drew and then Latricia.
Okay, I have like 3 different buttons to click on to switch over. Thank you very much for participating this evening. If I'm a little off, I'm in a completely different time zone and it's almost midnight, so I apologize. You shared a lot of data on the different services that you provide. How do these activities measure these activity measures translate into long-term outcomes like reduced overdose deaths or increased sustained recovery for specifically Clallam County? I recognize that there is a lot of research that these programs work, so I'm looking for more of specifically for our area.
One of the things that we track and look at is the quantity of naloxone that's being distributed within our community. There was very small quantities being distributed kind of county-wide for a number of years, where it was very limited to maybe law enforcement and first responders or healthcare providers. And so that is something that we have tracked and seen a correlation between an increase in naloxone and a decrease in fatal doses. While we understand that the rate of overdoses, folks overdosing and recovering from that or being responded to with naloxone, that absolutely exists. We do see a correlation in decrease in overdose deaths and increase in naloxone availability within our community. So that is one way. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah. So our role is public health. We're preventing the spread of communicable diseases, suffering, and death, right? We make space within our building for agency partners who are responsible for getting detox beds set up, doing assessments so people can go into treatment. We make that space available so our folks have access to that within the space. So those questions are really great questions for our community partners that are doing that work out there.
Okay, so then based on that, it sounds like you probably would want to direct me to someone else for one of my follow-up questions, which is how many participants have moved from harm reduction services into treatment or sustained recovery in, say, the past year, and how does the county actually define sustained recovery?
Yeah, so that absolutely would be a question for an agency that provides treatment and recovery services, who is partnered with us. So due to, protected health information, we are only aware of when people receive an assessment within our space. Once that person is engaging with the treatment service provider, it is no longer reasonable for us to be accessing their protected health information. And so we're working with our community partners to find a way to help identify and track individuals who are encountered at the Harm Reduction Health Center, and then tracking their experience over time. But that is quite a burden on the agencies that are already quite burdened. So we're looking for ways to do that as least burdensome to them as possible. None of the agencies that are engaging in the Harm Reduction Health Center have any additional funding to be there. They are there, to access people who hopefully they would also be serving, but there isn't additional funding. So it's a lift to ask an agency to also provide pretty extensive data, but that would be a great question to ask our partner agencies.
Okay, thank you. And I'll let someone else talk now.
All right. I've got Latricia, go ahead.
Well, you just triggered another thought. When it comes to tracking individuals, I know our local providers use Epic, and you really want the continuum of care and the whole body. It just seems like having them in Epic to where all of the providers along the route would be able to utilize Epic to update their files, like, we engaged with this person on this day and things like that. I know it's a heavy lift too with Epic and having the system available to use.
I just want to respond to that quickly. So that likely would be a violation of HIPAA laws because we would no longer be engaging with that participant. Also, the majority of our services are anonymous. We don't collect people's names and birth dates related.
I'm not saying you share that with us. It's like
for us, I understand.
You guys are nurses and doctors and stuff, our healthcare worker providing the needles and the equipment that they're using. It seems like there's an opportunity there where, again, maybe the nurse could you could provide some feedback when you come up or some input on that. I'm just saying that to track that data. It's something that's utilized and it is a good program and stuff. And how do you get around that? How do you do that without violating HIPAA and to make it to where people can, that primary care provider can see that, that person is accessing harm reduction and stuff, and that they've gotten this service while they were there. It helps the primary care provider to help them, and especially if they've gone to treatment. So that thought just popped in my head. I do want to go back to the discussion about the back end of all of this, the things that, and I really appreciate. I didn't realize all of the other services that you provide. And I think this is great. And I think when people interact with harm reduction, it's giving that face-to-face, that opportunity to like just check in with them. Are you ready for treatment? Or, things like that. And I think that's great. But I think that we could do also a better job on the back end of it. with addressing the impacts to the community in the visible areas and how our state and county can do better to provide more funding to harm reduction to help nonprofits or help the local governments to address some of the other things on the back end of it, like what 4PA does for Port Angeles. It is a vital service that they provide, but that again doesn't come for free. That money has to come somewhere, and I think that maybe we need to do a better job to advocate that our state and the county fund that back end part of it too. So I would advocate that we do that, and if there is an opportunity for nonprofits to tap into potential funding that you guys have at the county, how do they get there, and can we get information out to help those entities that provide that service for our community?
I would love to be able to provide funding for all of the agency partners that were on that list to engage in providing services for our participants. The reality is that the local and state level funding has been absolutely a challenge. Separately speaking, the state budget is currently in the hopper, so to say. We'll see what comes from that, but we are looking at a potential reduction in our foundational public health services funding, which separately, that does partially fund the Harm Reduction Health Center, but it also supports a variety of other programs which are not related to harm reduction, communicable disease control, response, public health emergency preparedness and response. So just that to say, funding is absolutely a challenge in many avenues and ways. The county is currently working on an opioid gaps analysis and the prioritization of opioid settlement funds. So pending what occurs with those, I would be hopeful to see some investment in treatment services related to opioid use disorder.
All right, Mark.
Thank you for the thorough and thoughtful presentation. I have a couple of questions. We'll see how many I can get away with. You indicated that you receive needles, but is that a requirement? Do you receive needles in exchange, but it's not required? So you're saying some people provide these of their own free will?
Yeah, so historically speaking, when the syringe service program, or what was called tooth and needle exchange, first started, that was based on what we call a one-to-one exchange. So somebody provides one needle and we hand them one needle. That operated that way for many number of years. And throughout those years, evidence became clear that providing safe, sterile supplies on a needs basis was more effective and an evidence-based practice. Providing one-to-one exchange is no longer an evidence-based practice. And interestingly, one-to-one needle exchanges, they show an increase in found needles in the community because folks end up hoarding them because they want to make sure that they have enough to get what they need. And then when life occurs or they're living in the environment and cleanup occurs, there are very large quantities of needles found. And we did see quite a bit of that a number of years ago before we changed to a needs-based program. But that means that folks still return needles. We provide them sharps containers. We ask for those to be returned to us or to be disposed of safely, which we give instructions on how to do that. We also accept needles or any related supplies from any community partner. I know for PA, they bring found syringes to our program to be safely disposed of, as well as other agency partners.
When you were talking about harm reduction, I really appreciated your use of an example of a seatbelt surprise, right? But it reminded me that to your point, you are one piece of a puzzle to find a solution. If I want to encourage seatbelt use, there's obviously the enforcement mechanism, but there's also an education component to that, and there's an engineering component to that. So just to reiterate, what you're saying is that you are not the solution. You are one part of the solution in the way that direct pressure or a Band-Aid is the first steps in first aid.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know if anybody has heard the boat analogy, where there is somebody who has a sinking boat. What do we do as a person who is in the vicinity of that person? We get in that boat, we help them bail out water. I'm not going to prevent the boat from sinking because I don't know how, but I'm going to help bail the water out, and then I'm going to help get that person safely to shore. So that's an analogy of harm reduction, where we are one piece to help decrease the negative impacts on health and life related to substance use. We are absolutely not a solution for the whole.
And you've explained the services that members of the community receive. But if you are a member of the community who does not receive a service from your office, what benefit does the community receive as a whole?
Yeah, so the benefit to the community, it's in multiple levels. So there, of course, is the healthcare aspect. So when somebody is positive for hepatitis C, that is extremely costly to our healthcare system. And individuals who have health-related consequences of substance use, like wounds, hepatitis C, HIV, they are utilizing resources that need to be available to our whole community as well. And while that, utilization is very important at that time, if we can prevent that and the costly response to that, that is an investment that is worth making in the financial realm, as well as the impact to the rest of the community. Also, the value of life. The majority of people who we serve in the Harm Reduction Health Center are local folks, are Clallam County residents, are the kids I grew up with in high school, the people I went to Crescent School District with. The person who my graduating class from Crescent was 7, I think, individuals. There are folks who I have recognized who are our community members, who are our family members, and their lives are valuable. So I would hope that the public also understands and acknowledges that every life in our community is important, even folks who are using substances.
I have other questions, but I think that is a great note to leave my questioning on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are getting later. And so, John, do you have a question? Yep.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. So funding, is it mostly through opioid settlement funds, or is it through the State Department of Health who funds the work at the Harm Reduction Center, sorry?
Yeah, so there are a variety of funding sources, one of those being foundational public health services, which is funding that comes from the state. Another being local behavioral health, or what's referred to as 1/10% sales tax, also known as Hargrove funds. That is a portion that also supports the program. And then there is also a portion of opioid settlement funding that is going to the program.
Stolen Rule funds, well, that's a different thing, right? Stolen is a different funding source. That's for police, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that our sheriff's department operates those funds, so it is not related to harm reduction.
The other question I had was this. So when someone comes down to the Harm Reduction Center and staff are recognizing as high acuity or unstable, what's the process for referring them? I know there's partners, I know PCCs down there, but what's the process for making sure those individuals are receiving that service or getting referred to kind of treatment or OPCC or known for mental health services? I feel like that's a really big visible thing in our community. A lot of our unhoused and homeless residents who have mental health disorders or diseases that are just being left untreated. So I'm just hoping to kind of hear more about how you identify and help work with our partners to refer them to get help.
That's a great question, and I'm going to let Suri answer that.
So all of our staff is trained in de-escalation practices, and when someone walks in and it's clear that they're having a really bad day for whatever reason, we tend to pull them out of the main area, and we have one office set aside for private conversations. You and I had a conversation in that office. Thanks for visiting. And we talk them through what they're going through and what their needs are, and then we reach out to the appropriate community partner, whether it's part of the REAL team, a case manager, part of the crisis team, whatever it is, or the sometimes it's the community paramedics. So we have kind of a process for figuring out what they need and who we can call, and that's what we do. Our whole team is trained on who to call when.
Thank you very much.
All right, Navarro.
It's lovely to see you again. And I really appreciate the updated numbers and all of the information you've provided to us. It's clearly a very important issue in our community, as is, I think, making sure that all residents in Port Angeles have safe places to live, and that includes our unhoused neighbors and those experience substance use disorder or mental health crises. My question is, obviously the city of Port Angeles and city council is seeking information in preparation for taking action. So my question is, are there ways that the city of Port Angeles could make a meaningful difference as a city in terms of policies or actions that the city council could take? Obviously not tonight, but in the future, that would make a difference for people experiencing substance use disorder?
That is an incredible question. I don't know that I'm the most great on my toes on responding to such a really good question. Do you have anything specifically?
Yeah.
Okay. Please.
Yeah. Since I talk to folks every day about their needs. So one thing I would recommend is looking at some other communities around the world, Finland, to see what they're doing with housing first. Low barrier housing, what we consider low barrier housing may or may not be low barrier housing. It's amazing that an agency is creating housing for PA. Wow, good for them. Unfortunately, that won't serve most of the folks that we're talking about tonight. So, safe camping, not all in one place. A few, maybe women and children only, maybe sober, maybe not. I don't know. These are some things to consider, because the reality is we have people that need places to stay so that they're not camping out in somebody's doorway or, in a city park. There needs to be places to legitimize their life where they are now.
I would also add on to that. We have seen the city of Sequim take on, in part, or be a slight partner in the process of safe parking. So I wonder if that's also an opportunity as well from the city of PA to explore a safe parking program and work with an agency maybe who would be best fit to run that program.
So normally this is give us a chance to ask questions, but I will just note that we do have a safe camping ordinance that is for church use. So we haven't had anyone take us up on that yet. So if anyone's listening tonight, you can do the same thing that's happening in Sequim. Probably slightly different application, but
thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the work you're doing and for coming and speaking with us. And Wendy, I know you've had a long day, and I'm going to ask that you give us 5 minutes to take a quick break before you present. Thank you.
All right, we need to get started again. Thank you, Wendy, for your patience and for being here. And I will let you give us your presentation.
All right. Well, it is my bedtime, so bear with me. I don't know how articulate I'm going to be tonight. I was asked to come and talk about what's driving homelessness in the county, and I first want to address a couple of things. So, Latricia, EPIC is not 42 CFR Part 2 compliant. You cannot use it to do substance use disorder treatment services. So if you put a substance use disorder treatment in EPIC, that problem shows up on the patient's problem list, you have just violated federal law. So we looked at it, as a provider network. So actually, behavioral health providers, including the Healing Campus at Jamestown, I think they're operating 3 different electronic health records in that office because of competing privacy laws that makes it really hard to track individuals across systems. So there's some real challenges that we as a culture have to overcome some of those issues. Another thing I just wanted to share really quick, and then I'll move on with my slides, is that, in the treatment community, when we say harm reduction, we're talking about helping people reduce their use over time. We're talking about not kicking somebody out because they've not engaged in abstinence while they're in the treatment process, that we know that relapse is part of recovery. So that, we use the harm reduction language in lots of different ways, and it's nuanced, and the community doesn't always understand that. So, behavioral health or mental health has always approached substance use disorder treatment from, we're going to meet you where you're at, and we're going to help you take the necessary steps to get from where you are today to where you want to be in the future, which in most cases, the hope is to get people to an abstinence lifestyle where they're in full recovery. What does sustained recovery mean? That's not really a term that has a definition. So, recovery is I'm not actively doing the things that were harming me. And, for some, 6 months is a great amount of time. For some people, it's 35 years or the rest of my life. So, we know that relapse is often a part of the journey for most people. We also know that oftentimes it is negative consequences in people's lives. It's the risk of losing their kids that help people make a different decision. It's hard, you guys. I'm not going to talk as much about substance use tonight, but stopping using drugs is not easy. Have you ever known somebody who tried to stop smoking? It's not easy. There's the rare person who just one day says, I'm going to stop, and then they're done. But they are few and far between. Most people struggle. And, we've been dealing with the fentanyl crisis in this community for several years now, and it is nigh impossible to stop without really significant intervention and help. So I'll get back to my show now that I've gotten off my soapbox. So I'm Wendy Sisk. I'm the CEO of Peninsula Behavioral Health. I've been with the organization for about 23 years. I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I'm not actively practicing because I'm running an organization. We have 5 different programs that do outreach to individuals who are unhoused in our community. So we have a forensic program for folks who have been justice involved. That's a housing program. We have another forensic program that's more geared towards outreach to folks with mental health and substance use who are cycling in and out of jail. We have the REAL program, which is also known as the Recovery Navigator program that we operate in conjunction with Reflections. So we share that program across the county, and that program serves the entire county. And we also have the Federal PATH program, which is really targeting specifically people with mental health and trying to get them hooked in and engaged in treatment. Our goal is always to get people hooked in and engaged in treatment. Treatment services, unless you're in legal trouble, are voluntary. So I hear a desire that people should come into the Harm Reduction Health Center, get the referral to treatment. They got to be ready. And people who aren't ready from treatment don't benefit from treatment. And ready means a lot of things to a lot of different people. So We have a lot of staff who are out there. We're not working alone. We're working in conjunction with OPCC and Reflections and Known and the community paramedics and all of the other players in our community who are wrapping services and supports around to try to help people get ready to make that change in their life. And our job is to be there when they're ready. So our job is to help people, and it's not always getting into treatment with us. PPH has a very small substance use treatment program, but we work a lot with Clallam Counseling, with the Healing Campus, with OPG, Olympic Personal Growth, which is right near the Harm Reduction Health Center in PA or in Sequim, and with Reflections Counseling and Cedar Grove to try to make sure that people have access to that care when they're ready. So I was asked, what are the primary drivers of homelessness in our community or housing instability? And now, of course, the clicker's not going to click. Okay. Oh, there we go. I went too fast. All right. So the biggest driver is there's not enough housing. So you all know it. We lose staff every year who accept a job from us and then they can't find housing. The last time you paid first last deposit, it was a lot. I mean, I don't think you're getting into new housing in our community for less than thousands of dollars. So we have a significant deficit in affordable housing. We're seeing a lot of construction happening in Sequim right now. We're not seeing as much happening in PA. The city council and the city have done some incredible things around, having permit-ready plans for ADUs and things like this in hopes of helping bring up that housing stock. But we have a significant deficit, and we particularly have a deficit in affordable housing. If you are a low-income person or a no-income person, it's pretty gosh darn hard. It's probably a 2 to 5 year wait with Housing Authority these days. And, they are working on funding for some additional units, but that's a slow process. So the biggest driver of people being unhoused is there's no housing for them to go to. There's also a lack of readiness for some people when housing becomes available. If I've been living on the street for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and all of a sudden you plunk me into an apartment, I don't know what to do with myself. I've spent my entire existence over the last many years just surviving. And so people often need some additional support in that transition. One of the other things that we're seeing in our community is we have a lot of people living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know if anybody wants to raise their hand, but there's a lot of folks in our community that if they lost their job, if they got laid off from their job, if they got fired from their job, they wouldn't be able to make their rent payment. Yeah, right. I mean, I think probably most of us. The other piece that we're seeing is this older adult piece. And as a couple, if one partner passes away, the income goes down significantly and people are getting priced out of both the homes that they own and their rentals. So if I've got a mortgage and I'm married and my husband suddenly passes away and I'm left with the mortgage, but I now only have my Social Security and survivor's benefits, I'm likely not going to be able to sustain that. And so we're seeing a really significant increase in individuals over 65 who are ending up unhoused in our community because there's nowhere for them to go. And I saw a great ad on Facebook this week for Highland Commons, I think it's called. It's been a long time. I don't know when the last time they had an opening was, but I think it's been a long, long time. And they have 1 or 2 units open right now, but the income band requirements are like this big, right? So there's not a lot of availability. Even if you do have some resources, it's hard to get established in housing in our community. So that readiness gap. So if I've been unsheltered for a long time, I may or may not have an untreated health condition. It might be a behavioral health condition, mental health, or substance use disorder. It might be a serious physical health condition that impairs me. We know that a lot of our unhoused community members, if they hadn't experienced trauma before they were unhoused, they've experienced it now. And trauma impacts the way that your mind processes information. It impacts how you feel safe. And one of the really interesting things that we have found as we have worked and provided supports to people who have been unhoused for a long time is helping people create a sense of safety within their own home can be an incredible challenge. Lots of folks have legal issues. They might have a bad rental history. They might have had a domestic violence in the past. They might have had a theft charge. And that is not going to make them a desirable resident for the average landlord in the community. So helping people overcome some of that history stuff. They may also have pending legal charges. Again, when you're just trying to survive, sometimes people make choices they might not otherwise, and sometimes they get in trouble for that, and there's consequences. There's also a lot of challenges around just the lack of structure. Most of you in this room are working or retired, and you get up at the same time every day, and you go to the same place every day, and you eat lunch at the same time, and you kind of have a routine when you get home with dinner and maybe some TV or whatever it is that you do. And again, when you've been surviving on the streets, you have to learn to build structure into your lives again. Otherwise, people just kind of panic. And so, part of our approach when we provide housing to people who are coming out of transitioning out of homelessness is really to help them figure out, what does a day look like? If you're not having to just scrounge for where am I going to eat, where am I going to sleep, how am I going to stay safe, what do you do with yourself all day? So it's difficult to stabilize your life on the streets. It's hard to take your meds every day when you don't know where you're going to lay your head tonight. It's hard to predict what each day is going to bring. And so it's very, very important that as we help people work towards accessing housing resources, that we're also putting some supports in place behind it. There are not a lot of dollars to support those kind of housing supports in our community. There's a little bit of money through Commerce. There's a handful of permanent supported housing units in our community, but they're few and far between. Housing First, we talked about earlier. So the Housing First model is really about getting people off the streets and then working on the other stuff, including substance use. And we do have a couple programs that have a Housing First model. But some folks have had some challenges there, and it's not always a good fit for people either. So we also have to talk about, what leads to success? We see some of the strongest long-term outcomes. Somebody asked earlier about Oxford-style housing. Oxford's a great program. Oxford is not transitional housing, it's recovery housing. So recovery housing operates where the individuals who are in the house kind of help police the rules of the house and manage each other. And through that, they're able to navigate some challenging situations and not be as beholden to some of the landlord-tenant laws that challenge us in other kinds of housing. So I've known a lot of people who have sustained long-term recovery through the Oxford House approach. We also like to try to wrap services around folks, help people engage in recovery support groups. And we also try to help people build purpose and meaning in their life, whether that's getting back to work, doing some volunteer work, getting re-engaged with your church and your community. And at Peninsula Behavioral Health, we also operate some permanent supported housing units where we have our peer counselors coming in, we're working with people, we're making sure you're taking care of your unit, we're helping you be a good tenant and a good resident so that when the time comes, if you get to a point in recovery where you're back to work and you don't need our low-income housing anymore because you're ready for market rate housing, then you're prepared to be there and be successful. It takes a lot of commitment from people to totally change their lifestyle. Imagine if somebody picked you up and inserted you into a new culture, into a new situation. Sometimes it takes time for people to adapt, and it's not always an easy process. When we first opened Donview Court, we actually had a resident pitch their tent in their living room, and that's where they slept because that's where they felt safe. We're okay with that. You're here, you're safe. And over time, that resident was able to move from their tent on the floor to a bed in their apartment. Leaving the culture of homelessness it's hard. People have a sense of community there sometimes. And people also sometimes need to distance themselves from that culture because there are also some unhealthy things that people have experienced in those situations. Not everyone's ready to separate from that family. Not everyone's ready to make change in their life. And our job is to respect that and say, we're here for you when you're ready to make that change in your life. We have a lot of individuals that we serve that are making some really bad choices. And it's not our job to protect people from the consequences of the choices that they make. It's there to be able to say, you know, hey, Mayor Dexter, is that really working for you? Do you want to do that again, or do you want to try something different? And here's some choices. Here's a menu of options. We don't make choices for people. We don't tell people what they have to do, because that doesn't work. If I was queen of the world and I got to decide how everyone behaved, I mean, the world would be a great place, but that's just not how life works. So sometimes it takes years of our intervention before we see people who are in recovery. I had a staff person at one point. She was a peer counselor. I guess she was probably a case manager by that time. And we took her over to Clallam County Jail, and the jail staff said, "Oh, she can't come in here. She engaged in custodial assault. She was, selling her body for drugs. She has a rap sheet as long as my leg." And we said to the sergeant, people can change, because people can change. People have the capacity for change. And that person is now a licensed independent clinical social worker. The jail at one point begged her to come back and work for them. So, we know that everybody's recovery path is different, and that our job is to walk beside people and wait for that moment, that moment when people are willing to do something different. And sometimes it takes a lot of tries. Before doing mental health services, I worked in domestic violence. And at that time, many years ago, about 30 years ago, the statistic was women take an average of 9 times of leaving a domestic partner. And I think that's a really great correlation with substances. So, the majority of the people that we see on the streets that we're working with have a mental health or a substance use disorder. Some of them have both. And if they didn't have one before they got there, they certainly do by the time they've been on the streets for a year or two. So there's a lot of barriers to accessing housing. It's not just about the housing stock. It's about money. Apparently, people want to be paid rent when people are housed. With our housing, people ask me all the time, I'm mystified. Well, do people have to pay rent? Well, yeah, they have to pay rent. I mean, we have to keep the lights on and a roof over their head. And so there has to be some sort of financial exchange to make that work. If you have no income, that's a real challenge. So sometimes people have an incredibly poor rental history, and that's a huge challenge to overcome, because most landlords in our community, for good reason, want to know that people pay their rent and that they take care of their property. A lot of the folks who are out on the street have a criminal history. And again, if they didn't before they ended up on the streets, they do now because they were doing things to survive. There's also a really big problem with people not having identification. And it takes time. Helping people get ID is sometimes a real challenge. Having long wait lists for our housing, and also just the gaps, the timing. Sometimes it's hard because, like today, if something could change, I'm ready to go. But a week from now, because nothing changed, maybe I don't have the wherewithal to hold myself together for that. So there's a lot of things that folks are facing. We have a lot of people in our community that have been offered housing, but they won't leave their car because housing won't take the dog. And the dog's what keeps them going every day. The dog's what motivates them to keep going on days that are really, really hard. There's also, this is not an easy system. I don't know if you guys have ever navigated social services, and PBH is this weird entity where we're healthcare and we're social services and we're not for profit and we do all these things, but it's really complicated. If you ever had to access the SNAP benefit and rent assistance and all of these sorts of things for anyone in your life, you would know it ain't easy. It's challenging. And if you're already impaired, if you're already just in the back of your head worried about, did somebody steal my stuff? Where am I going to sleep tonight? Am I going to be safe? Am I going to be assaulted? It's really hard to navigate some of these challenging systems. We have a coordinated entry system. We have a housing authority. None of it's fast. There's not a situation in Clallam County where you can show up and say, hey, I really need long-term housing and have it next month, let alone the next day. And That's tough because you start to believe too that nobody's really going to help you. It's not really ever going to happen. And when my name does come up on the Housing Authority's wait list, I've been on that list for 2.5, 3 years. I lost that cell phone. They don't have any way to reach me. So, there's ongoing challenges for our folks as they're trying to navigate all of this system stuff. So what does this all mean for policy? What can we do to improve outcomes? And I just want you to know this comes from my peer counselors who are out doing this work. We need more affordable housing units. It's kind of a no-brainer. We know that. Housing Authority estimates we have a deficit of somewhere between, I think, 2,000 and 4,000, that we need about 2,000 to 4,000 more housing units. And you guys, if you're building low-income housing, you're typically accessing government money. And if you're accessing government money, you're paying prevailing wage. If you're building new, you're dealing with the incredibly costly energy code. Our project, and I'll show you a picture here in a minute, with Northview, I think we're at about $357,000 per unit because of all of those factors. In King County, they're now building at about $550 a unit, so we're getting a really good value. But even though there's dollars out there, it's really hard to stretch them that far. We need clear, navigable entry systems. We need to be consistent about accountability and motivators. We need to provide a trauma-informed approach, because I might have mentioned earlier that most, if not all of these folks that were transitioning from homelessness to housing have a history of trauma, whether it was before or after they were on the streets. So somebody asked earlier, what is traditional housing? Transitional housing, not traditional. See, this is the I should be in bed now part of my brain. So transitional housing actually means, there's a definition in the state of Washington, and that means that somebody can be in that housing for no more than 2 years. Some transitional housing programs are 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. All of Peninsula Behavioral Health transitional housing is up to 2 years. All of our transitional housing, with the exception of 4 units at Donview Court, which are designated for mental health court participants because they're a very hard to house crowd, are shared housing. And so our staff are in those houses on a daily basis. They're checking in. Are you doing your chores? Are you keeping up with your room? Are you able to get along with other people? And we're helping you build that positive rental history, so that when Housing Authority does call you up and say, hey, there's a unit available, they don't go, oh my gosh, we can't rent to this person because they have a horrible rental history. So sometimes we'll take a chance on somebody that no one else will and provide that opportunity to build that rental history. So we have 5 houses in Port Angeles. We have 1 house in Sequim. Those houses, the clients are all Peninsula Behavioral Health clients. They're referred through our treatment team. Our property manager screens them. So we house a total of 24 adults in transitional housing in our houses. We also have Donview Court. So Nathan will remember. What was that? Well, I don't know. It was during COVID. There was some money at the state, and a whole bunch of us in the community said, what if we turn this little motel into some housing? And they said, yeah, Wendy, you do that. It's going to be great. And it was super challenging. Pipes burst in the winter. Somebody stole all the copper pipes out. We had people trying to squat in the building. It was tough, but we got there, and we built 26 units of housing. 1's market rate. We set that aside for a veteran who is otherwise almost always over income limits for low-income housing because of veteran disability benefits. We have 4 units for mental health court, and then the remainder of those units are ultra low income, 30% of area median income housing. And so is my number on here. I think we have a total of 26 adults and 9 kids up there right now. So this housing allowed some parents to get their kids back in their lives. It's been stable. I think of our permanent units, we've turned over 3 since we went into operation in 2022. So we have been really successful in helping people stabilize their lives. One of those turnovers was somebody who got back to work, got a job, was making too much money, and had to find market rate housing. And that's a great success story to be able to tell. Some of our folks are really profoundly disabled, and they're probably not going to get there. With our apartments, we do accept referrals from other treatment providers. So we do require that people are in treatment first, right? We're a treatment agency. That's what we do. We do treatment. So we have residents at Donview Court who go to treatment at Olympic Personal Growth or through the VA. They're not PBH clients, and they help provide some supports, but our staff will step in if need be. So because it's not just about the people who access their care at Peninsula Behavioral Health, it's about doing what's right for this community. So then, I don't know, I got a wild hair. This worked really well, and everybody kept saying, when are you going to do more? And you'll remember I came to the city council and I said, hey, you guys, we should do this thing. And so, I started fundraising. The city contributed a significant amount of funds. The county contributed a significant amount of funds, both through the Behavioral Health Advisory 1/10 funds that Jenny referred to earlier, the Hargrove funds, as well as 1406 and 1590 funds, which are affordable housing taxes that we're all paying. And then we went to Commerce for money, and we went to private fundraising for money, and we raised about $12.75 million to build this. So we're building 36 units of permanent supported housing. The goal is to target people who are presently unhoused. The goal is to have it be a safe, stable place. We do require that people are not using substances while they're in our housing. When people do relapse, we do this crazy thing called intervention, where we help try to get them back on their path. And if they can't get back on their path, eventually, engaging in illegal behaviors will result in an eviction from your housing. There's consequences for choices people make. But we're well along in the construction. I was really excited to come here today and say, look, I think we're going to be in early summer. And then I was telling Nathan earlier, I got a letter from L&I. And you may say, what does L&I have to do with this? Well, L&I says they can't do my elevator permit for 8 to 12 weeks because they got to do elevator permits related to the FIFA World Cup. So that, right? So I don't know. We'll be in sometime this summer because we're having to delay the elevator install. So the elevator is currently sitting in a unit, which they now can't drywall or finish because there's an elevator in it. It was delivered last week, and then L&I said, oh yeah, by the way, we're not coming. So sometime this summer, it's our hope that this project will be complete. Some of the units are tied to Apple Health and Homes, which is the state's foundational community services program that does supported housing and supported employment. We have some very specific funding for specific units in the building, but we really tried to build this building in a way that was going to be attractive and appealing for the community, that's going to be safe for our residents. We will have staff. Right now, our property management staff is usually on site till about 3 a.m. and then we have a small gap because nothing happens. I'm looking at Chief Smith. Chief Smith his team gets very few calls to our apartments. There was a lot of concern about the impact of having PBH run apartments up on Lauridsen. I think we've had exactly 2 complaints in about 3 years, which I think is pretty good because I complain about my neighbors sometimes and they're very nice people. But, this is going to be a great opportunity to help move some of those folks who are working on their recovery to have an opportunity to really succeed. So we're really excited. This could not have happened if this community hadn't come together. This is Port Angeles and Clallam County's project, not just Peninsula Behavioral Health's. A couple key takeaways, housing alone isn't the solution. You can't just pick somebody up who's been chronically unhoused and plunk them in an apartment or a hotel room and think everything's going to be just fine. Treatment alone is not the option. If I can help you get clean and sober and stable, and then I say, and there's nowhere for you to go, you can return to your using community on the streets, probably you're going to go back to those old behaviors. So stability happens when housing, readiness, and support all work together to help that person heal and move forward. We don't have all the solutions. I was presenting at PABA recently, and somebody said, well, what are you going to do to house all those 18 to 25-year-olds so that they don't need your services later? And I said, that's a great question, and that's not us. We have a very small piece of the housing market. We are going to continue to target those folks that other people may be hesitant to give them a chance so that we can help people build that stability, so that they can thrive in our community. And what we see is many of those residents at Dawnview, they've gone back to work. They've started volunteering in their community. They live full lives. And, you know, when they're not struggling day to day to just make things work, I think that they're much more contributing members to our community. So that's all I have for you tonight. I'm happy to take questions. I'm a little punchy at this point. I don't know. How do you guys do this? I know you all have jobs. I know you didn't get up at noon.
We try not to be here too late.
How's that working for you, Kate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been pretty okay. I think we're gonna have some long meetings coming up, but maybe we just don't go in. Well, some people don't get to decide when they go to school tomorrow, but at least it's late start.
At least
so
that's great.
Students don't show up as early.
The other last thing I want to share really, really quickly, just because this is a public forum, is what excellent collaboration I've had from the city of Port Angeles staff on the Northview project. So Shannon Cartmell's not here. And I was telling Nathan earlier, my first meeting with Shannon, I'm going, I'm not sure. And Shannon's been just an excellent partner. When there's a problem, she pulls folks together. Daryl heard from me the other day about some fire-related stuff as we're working through some stuff with Joel, who's doing a great job. Scott, I called Scott and I'm like, what's this transformer business? What are you going to do about this? And like, he solved it. So I just want to give a shout out to your city staff, because they have been working hard on this project. They have problem solved with us every step of the way, which is why we were on track to be complete on time and on budget before LNI said the World Cup was more important than Port Angeles's new housing building. So,
well, that may be an indication of why we have some of the problems that we have, because
it's all the World Cup's fault. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
This is the prioritizing, right? All right. Are there questions from council? Thank you, Wendy. Yep, John.
Thank you, Wendy, for your presentation. No, it's, Drew's over there. It's 1 a.m. in Kentucky. I guess my one question would be, if you could implement one cross-system change in Colum County, that would reduce the cycle and get people housed. Like, what would you need from the city and county to make that happen from your purview, from your perspective, or from what you've heard from your staff?
Until we have housing stock, it's not going to change. Right. There's a lot of levers that need to be pulled that the city and the county don't have control over. We have challenges with landlord-tenant law. It's not attractive in our state to be a landlord. I was a landlord for 2 years. I'll never do it again. It's very hard to convince somebody to be a landlord when they feel like they have no control. And if they're going to be a landlord and they're going to look at people to rent to, and are they really going to consider the person who has been unhoused, whose hygiene might not be great, who doesn't have a rental history in the last 3 years? No, they're not. So, I don't know on a local level, there's some bigger issues that need to be addressed. And this is something the Housing Solutions Committee at the county that we talk about with our legislators every year. And our legislators have been really clear. The I-5 corridor is controlling this. They're not interested. We're not wasting our breath on trying to move the needle on landlord-tenant law. That's one of the biggest barriers. It's part of the reason why you saw so many of our rental homes move towards the short-term rental market, because it's been very challenging for landlords to feel like their property is safe and that they have control. Locally, we could probably do some work around our coordinated entry. We all work well as partners, and sometimes those are really complicated systems and they don't always work well. So, and that's something that, we as providers are always talking about. How do we make this process easier? But it's, until we don't have a wait list at Housing Authority of over 2,000 people, we're going to have a huge problem. And we can't afford to build it all out, right? I mean, we can't reasonably ask the city, the county, the state to pony up the kind of funds that it would take to build 2,000 housing units in the next 5 years. It's a lot to ask. And there's a lot of cost because of current energy code and current building code, right? I mean, I'm building housing for people at 30% AMI and I'm putting in EV chargers. And kind of makes my head tilt. I'm not sure that that's really the best use of those dollars. I'm paying very high prevailing wage rates because our prevailing wage rates in Clallam County, especially when we started this project, were much higher than Seattle's, like significantly. So, really pushing to draw some of that back and reduce some of those costs. I think that there's been some work done on trying to get a little bit more leverage so that our prevailing wage rates are a little bit more reflective of what we actually pay workers. And we love paying prevailing wage with other people's money in our community that's going to be spent in our community, but there aren't commercial electricians here. Those people have to come from out of town. And so then we're paying all that money and it's going out and not coming back and recycling through our community. And you can't fix that either. That wasn't a very helpful answer. That was the 9 p.m. answer.
It brings up some things, so I'm glad I liked your 9 p.m. answer. I'm sure we can talk later, but thanks.
Thanks.
All right. We'll keep asking questions. I just want to remind everyone, Wendy is right. It is 9:30 and we have to be mindful of second public comment period. Go ahead, Amy.
Okay.
Keep it brief, Amy.
Okay, really quick. I'll be really quick. You guys are doing amazing work.
Thanks.
And I have been really in awe of how Dawnview and the success that's been there. So I'm excited to see more of that. I hope that this eventually becomes a conversation where you say, remember that time at council and you were like, let's do this other thing. Like I timestamp it today. I hope that starts another.
That does happen to me. My board, I have to give a shout out to the PBH board because they go, all right, Wendy, if you think this can happen, we'll make it work. So
I have two questions that I think are probably pretty quick. I am familiar with the difficulty with the prevailing wages and things like that. Is there a way that we could tap private builders or developers in that way that would not require those kinds of things? Can you speak a little bit on that?
So, no. I mean, it's just not feasible with current building and energy code to build low-income housing. So there was a guy in Squim who was trying to build 16 fourplexes, I think, and with the goal of renting for like $1,500 a month. So not like ultra low income, like most of the people that we provide care for, but trying to think about actual workforce housing, and he finally gave up. It was just, the cost just kept going up and up and up. He was almost $400,000 in before ever putting a shovel in the ground. There's just a lot of barriers. There's just a lot of cost. And the city has done a really great job creating some incentives and pathways. And we're starting to see more multifamily housing, townhomes, those sorts of things being built in Port Angeles, which is fantastic. Because as that stock ages too, it tends to be more affordable to our average resident of our community. But it just doesn't pencil out. I mean, the Housing Solutions Committee at the county, we go around and around and around this thing. And when you're having to put solar on everything and you're having to, have super insulated, and it's great. You want well-built buildings in your community. You want these buildings to last forever. And there's a balance between that and, gosh, if we could just build units at $200,000 a unit and get them built safely and done and get people housed, boy, wouldn't that be cool? If I could put pick-a-watt heaters in instead of fancy heating systems, I could probably get it done faster and cheaper, but it's tough. The builders say no.
I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I think I knew the answer. My other question is, on one of your slides, you mentioned that you had spoken to your outreach folks. I love them. I also speak to them. And I'm wondering if you had any...
Talk to anybody. If you want a presentation, they're happy to come.
They're really good at talking to strangers. I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
On that slide, they mentioned pre-housing stabilization pathways. I believe was the terminology that was on there. Could you speak more on what you suspect they meant by that?
I think getting people ready, getting people thinking about it, making sure that people are going to have the resources to be successful. helping people build some of the skills. If I'm living in an apartment building and I can't get along with people, that's challenging. If my symptoms are so out of control that if I hear any noise at all, I'm going to start yelling and screaming. I'm not going to be a very good resident. So, maybe that's getting people in for a med visit, getting started on meds and starting to treat some of those symptoms. And sometimes that carrot of, hey, there's an apartment at the end of this will help people make choices, right? Just like it's not our job to prevent people from experiencing the consequences of choices that they've made. We also love to be able to say, well, but if you did X, Y, and Z, maybe you can make some changes in your life. And boy, this is a big one. So we had some real success with Donview of being able to say, look, I know you're not sure you want to be in treatment, but if you were in treatment, we could probably get you on the list and maybe get you housing. And that was really successful in changing some people's lives. Thanks, Amy.
All right, other questions? All right, you raised a couple of things that have my mind thinking about, not that it's our job to intervene, but when I was in Portland, so slightly different, but maybe not super relevant for Port Angeles, but I think it is still. If you were on WIC and food stamps, those were two separate appointments and they were in two different places and they required two different buses. And if you had your kids, you weren't going to make the other, you just couldn't make it work. Yep. And if you're working, how do you get the time off to take care of those things? And so I think there are maybe something we could do in terms of easing people's access to things. I think the people doing the work are doing a really good job of bringing the right people together for some of those things. But then there's the sort of bureaucratic piece.
Yeah, and we have some solutions to that, right? I mean, part of it is PA is more compact, right? Yes. It doesn't take you very long to get from point A to point B, even if you're on foot. Most of your service providers are between 8th Street and Front Street. And so, that's we'll make short work of that all the time. In SQUIM, where things are a little bit different, the Housing Solutions Group, we have the providers at the Harm Reduction Health Center. We do that at the SQUIM Food Bank. So that's kind of our SQUIM hub where, you know that these are the people who are going to be there on that day of the week. And if that's a service that you need to access. And we're really good at bringing services to people in this community, right? I mean, we do a lot of outreach, and it's not just Peninsula Behavioral Health. We and all of our partners do a lot of outreach trying to take services to people so that we can mitigate some of those barriers. And then we try to help people overcome them. And boy, free buses that's been amazing. We love that.
Yes, saves all of you money too. So that's also helpful. All right, I appreciate that. And then the last thing I was going to mention is just thinking about, I used to work very part-time and for a short time in the church office where I grew up. And we had a house that we used as transitional housing. We partnered with a shelter. And the things that I realized I knew because I grew up in a home with some resources, and we had the woman called, my sink is plugged up. Well, she didn't know that you weren't supposed to pour grease down the drain because she didn't grow up eating anything that would be an issue for, or she didn't see it or whatever. And so there are things that I think a lot of people don't realize we have learned by virtue of the privilege in which we grew up. Yep. That makes it harder, to your point about being ready.
Boy, are our signs big about how you use the washing machine? Because if you don't have a lot of experience with that, you can have some serious issues there too.
Yeah. So I just think someone mentioned to me one time, maybe there could be a class for people to get a good renter certificate that they've gone through some basic training that landlords would accept. There still has to be the landlord and the place to turn that in. But and that's not going to solve all of it anyway. That's up high in the scale of things that we need to be doing. But your presentation had my mind thinking about some of those things. So thank you. Anything else from council? All right. Well,
thank you
very much.
And thank you again to the entire city and the city council for your incredible support of the Northview project. Again, it could not have happened without you. Thank you.
Well, we'll look forward to your ribbon cutting sometime after the World Cup. All right. I'm going to remove my late item. I got an update from the student who is asking, and her trip isn't until July, so it's too late to deal with that tonight. So we have one more item of business, and that is the permanent committee appointments.
Mayor, before we go further, may I ask a request? To help me stay awake right now, is council okay if I sit here and snack?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Usually we don't eat during meetings, and I wanted to first get council's approval. Thank you.
We should go to second public comment before we do that item based on our rules of procedure. So we will do that. Anyone for second public comment period? All right, come on down. If you are still joining us virtually, yes, that's right. We have 2 people signed up. One I think has left, but we'll hear from Stacy, I think, and then Kayla, and then we have one hand online. Go ahead when you're ready. The same rules: name, whether or not you're a resident, and then 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Stacy Richards, live in the county, but have kids that live in the city. And I'm finishing up my comment. I kind of got cut off by the beeper. So the common response is these programs prevent overdoses and diseases, but only to a very small population. The larger number of residents within the city are not considered when harm reduction kits are distributed. Biohazards in our community parks, our downtown streets, our waterways, salmon-bearing streams, and environmentally fragile lands. People who live in areas where harm reduction supplies are distributed. Preventing death is important, but survival alone is not recovery. If someone is being kept alive indefinitely while remaining in active addiction, unsheltered, and cycling through public spaces, that is stabilization, not transformation. Clallam County deserves policies that move people toward recovery, not policies that normalize public collapse. And here's the dirty little secret no one wants to say. We are calling this compassion, but what we're funding is really the public maintenance of active addiction. If our policies were truly reducing harm, families wouldn't be avoiding downtown, kids wouldn't avoid the playgrounds, people would not be afraid to walk downtown, we would not be in fear of robbery or assault while riding the ODT trail. Visitors wouldn't see what residents try to hide. Our parks would feel safe again. Compassion without boundaries becomes permission. Compassion with accountability becomes recovery. Please shift this county towards measurable recovery outcomes. Stop enabling addicts to bypass laws by making trespassing, illegal dumping, illegal camping, and open drug use illegal for everyone. We have laws and ordinances already in place, but it would appear that these laws are discretionary and discriminatory and apply only to certain community residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Kayla, thank you for your patience. You were the first one signed up for the first public comment period and have waited patiently. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed council for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kayla Hopkins, and I'm the chairwoman of the 2026 Esprit Gala and Conference, which is coming back to Port Angeles May 10th through May 17th. And we're really excited about coming back. For 37 years, we've been bringing this event to Port Angeles, bringing transgender individuals from all over the world to experience the hospitality of this wonderful community. We're now one of the longest continuously running transgender conferences in the entire country. And a big part of that is due to the welcome that our attendees receive from the city and its citizens. So thank you again for that. I first heard of the connection we had with this city from a family member. One of my own family members came to Esprit 15 years ago and shared their stories of coming to the town and the events they did, the blossoming and the welcome they got from the city. But I didn't really understand it myself until it was one of those trips I came to talk to the council and just walking through the Walmart before Esprit 2025. And the greeter goes up and says, is it time for Esprit again? I didn't know that we were making that big of a touch point that even the greeters at Walmart were aware of Esprit. Over the years, we work to improve our attendees and make their lives better, but also that of the community. We are still continuing our ongoing relationship with the volunteer hospice of Clallam County. every year we do a talent show. I invite you all to come join us. We put on showcasing our attendees with 100% of the donations benefiting the volunteer hospice. Everything goes to the hospice. And that's, our typical Friday event there at the Elks. And since it was the big question last year, yes, the pickleball tournament is happening too. Monday, May 11th up at the pickleball courts. We again, speaking for me and the Esprit Committee, we look forward to the hospitality of the city and a continued partnership with the great people of Port Angeles. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have to brush up on my pickleball skills. Hopefully I can participate. All right, we have one comment online. So let's unmute Olivia. And Olivia, I will make sure that I can hear you before I start your 3-minute timer. And you'll want to tell us your name and whether or not you are a resident.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Olivia Hoslope. I live in Sequim, but I am an ER doctor and worked for many years at Olympic Medical Center. And my community is still overwhelmingly in Port Angeles. I really am just here to express support for the talks that you've been hearing tonight. I can say from firsthand experience, harm reduction helps keep people out of emergency rooms. It helps prevent overdoses, abscesses, horrific infections in the bloodstream, getting to the heart, to the brain. And so, at some basic level, that helps the whole community. It frees up more beds for the other people coming in with their own woes. But also it's just really nice to see that it's helped, I think, make care more compassionate all around in the world of medicine, to focus on a harm reduction approach and make it more aligned with all of the medicine that we do for everybody anyway. So that's all.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Then we will end our second public comment period. There are no more hands online, and go to our last item of business on the agenda, item I6, which I've had open for quite some time. And I thought I would just ask if people on the subcommittee want to speak to, we have a 3-part recommendation. And so I'd like to hear from you guys, and then we can go from there. Go ahead, Navarro.
Drew, I know you're the chair of the subcommittee, but do you mind if I go first?
No, I usually default to you for referencing LTAC related stuff. And I realize it's not just LTAC related stuff, but yeah, go right ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So one of the reasons why I wanted to speak first, and certainly not to sideline Amy in any way either, but that I think the committee appointments are fairly straightforward. I think we got a lot of great applicants. We got a lot of return applicants. I think, had a pretty smooth sailing process this year. So that's great. I'm happy to make that motion in a second. Additionally, what I wanted to talk about, secondly, I think also that it makes sense to discuss, even though we just accept applications on a rolling basis. I think it does make sense to be able to come back to council and say that some appointments weren't filled. There were empty seats. We didn't get enough applicants to fill them. Makes sense to formally go back out and re-advertise. And our subcommittee occasionally talks about ways that we might do specific advertising or targeted advertising to certain groups where those positions might be harder to fill. So I feel like those, personally, I think those are fairly, potentially easier ones to accept. What has happened with, one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this tonight and potentially actually had another meeting, because I know it's getting very late, is that the Public Safety Advisory Board has every seat is open. And that's a combination of factors. The first one being that some people have just termed out. I believe in term limits. Those term limits are valuable. And I think it's a pretty significant, I am significantly concerned when we cannot fill any seat on a, when every seat is open on a board and commission, if people are termed out, right? Like that, I think that's a problem. And it's not because term limits are bad. It's because I think there's maybe some other thing, potentially other things happening in the community. Obviously, we've been hearing for weeks, not just through the current issues we're talking about, but including with license plate readers and other issues. We've been hearing for weeks, months even, that public safety is of vital importance to the people of Port Angeles. So I think I think that it's important for us as a council to recognize that we received, I think it was 1 or 2 applicants for a board of 7. And a number of people who would have otherwise been continuing on this board have resigned. And I think it's valuable for council to talk about what we're going to do about that, and potential ways to move forward. And I felt like, while I really trust our subcommittee, the 3 of us, that this is, I would say, a much larger, not to like make a mountain out of potentially a molehill, but more of a crisis for this board. And I think some of the things we talked about in the subcommittee were that continuing to strengthen what exactly this board is for, have clear expectations. We do that now with getting our work plans from all of our boards and committees. And so, and understanding that those boards, these are our boards, our council boards. And if there are ways that the community might better serve our staff and be more staff oriented, I think it's also valuable to consider those opportunities too. Again, I'm not confident that 9:50 at night is really the best time to do that. I think this is very important, which is why I wanted us to talk about it. And we had also discussed that it didn't really feel right either to go out for a board and really, commit to commit to interviewing people for a board where we might have a conversation at the council level and talk about whether or not it was going to continue in the same exact capacity. And I'm not trying to suggest that it won't or it isn't, but just that I think this is a valuable time to be able to reevaluate this particular board. And again, not to say like it has been very helpful for like a wide variety of things that I'm sure Chief Smith can talk like much better about, and Chief Sharp than I can. But I know that that our community members are strong advocates for our programs, have the opportunities to do ride-alongs, have the opportunities to be ambassadors, have the opportunity to connect in ways that many of the members of the public do not. And so I'm definitely not trying to minimize that, particularly in light of our public safety conversations, but just to say that I'm hopeful that we can have that larger conversation. Maybe it is tonight, but also maybe in the future. So with that, I think maybe I'll just get this rolling and make an initial motion, which is to approve the appointments to the city's permanent committees as detailed in the tables below, and direct the ad hoc appointment committees for LTAC, Planning Commission, and UAC to have an additional review of applications beginning on March 9th or shortly after in order to make recommendations to fill expiring or vacant terms.
Second.
All right. Taking PSAB out of it, is there any discussion or concern about the motion for those committees as that motion was made? So I think if we separate that out, we can pass the motion, this motion potentially, and then have an additional conversation about PSAB. Is there any discussion or question? Okay, so let's try. We have a motion to approve the appointments to the city's permanent committees as detailed in the tables below in the memo, and direct the ad hoc appointment committees for LTAC Planning Commission and UAC to have an additional review of applications beginning on March 9th or shortly after in order to make recommendations to fill expiring or vacant terms. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, that motion passes. So we have those board appointments. Now, I'd like to hear from the other committee members if you'd like to speak. And yeah, Amy, go ahead, and then we'll go to Drew.
I don't have anything to really disagree. I do want to just say that since our ad hoc meeting, I did take the opportunity to meet with the chiefs specifically about the board so I could just learn more about how it has been used. And I got a lot of good information. Also, we do have three applications on hold for the Public Safety Advisory Board, just of note. And I pulled up the ordinance and everything, trying to make sure that I wasn't just basing this conversation on like the most recent stuff that happened with the board. And so the way I'm understanding it through all of that education is that this board is really put into place to be the like communication liaisons between our public safety departments and our community. So taking the temperature of what's going on in the community and bringing that to public safety. And more specifically, identifying their own projects, like the bike lane thing was started there. And so, sorry, I'm going to say a coherent thought. That it serves the departments a lot like the Parks and Rec Board does. And so I think that if we could, ad hoc committee could meet, review the applications, and not necessarily go in and make changes at this time. I think considering what I learned, and that there was also another subcommittee that spent a lot of time, I think you might spend a lot of time on developing these policies and rules on how these permanent boards, committees, and commissions were established and what guidelines they had. And that's new. And so I think where I'm coming from is I would like to give the Public Safety Advisory Board and the three applicants a new review, knowing that the guidelines have been set pretty recently in that subcommittee. And I think that's going to be the end of my thought tonight. Thanks.
All right. Yes.
Sorry, Drew, I'm going to make a motion to extend to the end of this discussion item or agenda item.
Put a time on it. I guess if it doesn't get a second, sorry. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. I will vote in favor of the motion if we agree not to rehash the nitty-gritty details, because I have to get up for work in the morning, and so does everyone else. So if we can be brief, and I will also vote for that on the if we also include in that we are not going to be doing council reports tonight.
I just said this agenda item.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay. Anyone opposed to the motion? Please state your opposition.
So did you amend that?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, she clarified that she had made it so that it didn't include council reports. All right. Anyone opposed to the motion? Please state your opposition. All right, hearing none of the motion, the meeting is extended until this is efficiently resolved. Drew, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I can speak just very quickly. So I agree that we don't want to, I'll just say we don't want to dissolve PSAB. That's not the current intent. The intent is to have a discussion with council of what do we want to do and do we want to tweak any of it. I believe the last council, which I think actually involves about half of you, revamped the PSAB mix 2020, I believe it was. And I don't believe since then it has ever been full, either under that configuration or the newer configuration. And so that's a problem. So not only do we need to figure out what, if any, changes we want to make, but then regardless, we need to figure out how to, I guess, better market this board so that way we actually have participation. So those are my only thoughts right this second.
Other thoughts from council? I'm gonna go back around before I go back to you, Amy. We'll go to John, and then I want to speak. And yep, go ahead, John.
It's okay. I'm easily forgotten. Oh yes, right. I get dagged here by a flag. All right. So I also reached out to Chief Sharp and Chief Smith. So thank you. I also know a board member who just ended their term, not because they termed out, but because they are way too overly committed. And I got the kind of their thoughts on what the board is and isn't. I thought I want to share those here as we can discuss this. So she described that when she was first on the board, that it was highly educational, meaningful. Members, they were helped understand the complexity of public safety work and strengthening the community's awareness. She thought the public-facing component of this board is like the greatest strength of the board. Like that's what she thought. She noted that productivity of the board varied depending on the membership. Different perspectives at times reduce effectiveness. New members improve conversations later. But what she told me really was like, I think the frustration is community voices are heard, but there isn't a really clear pathway for them to translate that into actionable items. And so I think what she said and what I've heard is just, clear questions and define what they're supposed to be delivering would be a helpful thing so that they would know. Some sort of structured plan, the other boards have it, like a structured plan that corresponds with our strategic plan or capital facilities plan or transportation. They suggested possibly embedding a council liaison with a strength accountability, someone who doesn't have a voting, but is just there. I liken it to like when I was on school board committees where the school board members were there just to listen and give feedback, but they didn't make decisions. They were there. So she definitely felt like it's a really important board, but going forward in terms of advertising and getting a more defined scope and just ways where they're more empowered to like deliver items that could come to council or recommendations that the police department and the fire department could take into account, I think would be what she thought would be more effective use of it. But definitely what I've heard is just, we have a clear code, we have a clear ordinance around this. It's defined, it's new, we should let that play out, but we do need to have some more education about it. And that's what this person told me. And I thought it was valuable to share that here.
Thank you, John. Anyone to my right? Okay, I'll jump in. I appreciate the concerns, and I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but I was on the subcommittee that talked about it, and we did sort of peel back from the structure change that we had made at one point because it was making it even harder. I think we do have in the ordinance that the boards and commissions can, with staff, should build a work plan, that we can send a liaison if there's something where that would be useful. And so where I would like to see us go, rather than, or maybe in addition, so maybe simultaneously, I'm not opposed to having an additional conversation, though we did just recently pass an ordinance that covers a lot of this. And maybe we missed something, so we want to be nimble and all of that. But we have a lot of other stuff, big stuff going on too. And so I don't want the board to go away while we wait for the chance to talk about that. So
I would prefer, I mean, I think my preference, I will just say that my preference would be that we continue recruiting, knowing that a work plan is something that we are requesting, that there is the opportunity for a council liaison if we need to appoint one if they want one, and that the chiefs are using it in ways that are helpful to them. I don't think we should constitute the committee with the 3 applicants. We can't, because they would never have they won't have a quorum. So I would say, like, let's hold those people, tell them we don't have enough people for a committee right now. Would you like to keep your application in the hopper? And then continue the application process until such time that there are enough applications to make a thoughtful choice about who we put on that board. So that would be functionally paused right now for lack of the ability to convene. And we could have a future conversation about its purpose, but I think that's pretty clear in the new ordinance. And again, I don't have that in front of me right now, but that's where I would like to see, is that we keep recruiting for it and try to constitute it in the way that was intended in the ordinance that we passed, that I think a new group could make that work well, I think. And they will have the opportunity to create some of their own work plan based on community feedback. But I guess in order for that to happen, we would need a motion. Is that accurate? Or if with the lack of a motion, would the recruitment continue or not, because the other motion that we just passed specified? Maybe that, I don't know. I want to make sure that however we leave it, if we need a motion.
Council, I don't read into the motion that just happened that we should either inhibit proceeding with Public Safety Advisory Board or move forward with it, which to me means there's a lack of clarity in the council direction if we don't end up with a motion. And I'd be happy to speak more to the issue in general if that's helpful.
Council, want to hear from Nathan? All right, go ahead.
So council, I can assure you both chiefs would love to jump in and speak substantially to this issue, because both in documentation provided to some of the council members who actually asked inquiries about this issue, both chiefs spent a lot of time putting together basically value papers of how important this board is to them and the daily functions of their departments. I think that's something, if council is of interest, we could bring back in the form of a presentation from both of them at a meeting prior to appointment of individuals to the board. But I certainly would agree that we should proceed with recruitment, because recruitment is a long-term element. We know that this board is needed long-term, and proceeding with recruitment would be very valuable. In addition to that, I think we have a lot of solutions that probably haven't been put forward to this committee before in the form of 3 different ways to implement a work plan. I would certainly recommend let's give the chiefs an opportunity to put forward a work plan from staff first and bring that up through the new process that's been created in code. If that doesn't work or council wants to see more, come back with the liaison approach, or if the committee is unhappy, they also have an approach to add a work plan item. But my suggestion would be proceed with noticing the application opportunity for more applicants. And in the meantime, we can bring further information to council prior to actual appointment of the chief's input on value of that particular board.
And maybe propose work plan items in that presentation. Like if they were going to build a work plan because they had a committees available. I would be
sad that some of that's already been done
and baked in. Okay. Amy, you wanted to speak again, so I'll go back.
I would like to move that we go back out and recruit for the Public Safety Advisory Board while the staff prepare a presentation to further discuss work plan and the use of that committee.
No.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. So we have a motion to to direct staff to continue recruiting for Public Safety Advisory Board and schedule a presentation to council to include a work plan and okay. Items that might be, I'm paraphrasing what you said, which I'm not supposed to do, but I think I got the gist of it. I was just about to vote. Yeah. We're already in voting. So I'm going to say we need to vote because time is short. I mean, time is late. We can just ask them to do that. Okay. I'll try unanimous consent and see if that works. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes, and we extended just to the end of that item. So we are adjourned. Thank you all for sitting through this marathon meeting, and we will see you on the 17th. And don't forget to wear your green because it will be St. Patrick's Day.
Good night, Drew. Get some sleep.
Thanks, Drew.